Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to a big day in European cricket, because it is finals day in the Premier Division of this European Cricket Series in Portugal. But as you can see behind me, the covers are on at the moment. We've had very, very heavy overnight rain here in the Santarém area, and for that reason, we won't have any play for now. So we'll keep you updated with what's happening. Obviously, everyone's keen to get on, but the way it's looking, even though we have had some occasional periods where the rain hasn't been so heavy, like now, it's only falling very lightly. But look, we're just going to have to keep monitoring the situation. What I will do, though, is I'm going to put on a classic match for you, and we're going to go back and have a look at the 2022 final on the 9th of April 2022. And this is a really, really good game. I hope you enjoy this one. It's actually Oeiras, the Swans, taking on Marlo in this decider, with Oeiras winning the toss and electing to bowl first. So we'll see how Marlo go in the first innings of this 2022 final. We will let you know if there's any developments here. Just keep an eye on the bottom of your screen and also in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network. But yeah, let's just keep our fingers crossed that we'll get some cricket today. But until then, enjoy this ECN Classic.
Probably Myson will get another go at top of the order. It's hard to say, but Jam Shazad has been opening sometimes. Zulfikar Shah, I think he's a lock at the top of the order, but it's very flexible, the batting lineup of Marlo. Oeiras is a bit more set. I think they're going to start in that order with Badenhorst, Stoneman and Greenfields. So there is the answer to the first question. It is Syed Myson who's out there opening the batting. That's Zulfikar Shah. So the same combination that took them to victory in their semi-final against the Punjab CC, who since then have secured bronze And that was the news. And so now we will get to see Junaid Khan opening the bowling. And here is the first ball of the final. It's a touch and go one. I think it's just okay. So Junaid flirting with the line. There's Tyrone, who I think gets his one spot on. It was a special surprise pop-up guest, wasn't he, in the last match towards the end of the bronze final. This one bites back off the service from Junaid Khan, and Zulfikar gets turned around, but just in time. I want to say a very warm welcome to everyone that's joining us on Fan Code in the subcontinent and also on our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network. Love to have your company here as we are in match 48, and the final match of this tournament. Oeiras making the final for the first time. See Junaid, very short run up. So I think I like the way the bowlers have adjusted so far today to these conditions, okay? There's not a lot of traction in the run up, so you have to adjust. No complaining about it. It's the same for everyone. We just got to get the cricket on. And yeah, Junaid, just off about 4 steps. This one's cut away, and it'll be the first boundary of the final. So yeah, pretty good shot. Just a little bit of width from Junaid, who doesn't really get this off the straight. And this will be 4 runs. So Mysom a little bit dodgy early, let's say, in the bronze final. Well, he played a miss at a few. Although he does start with 3 dots again, he does hit the 4th ball of the final for 4. Big promotion for him. Bit of a gamble, some would say, but I suppose this is the kind of format where it pays to back yourself. This one does actually move from Junaid. And here is Tyrone Peters, who signals wide, correctly so. We're asking me a little bit about the concentration required. And Malik out there as well, who's at square leg. And good luck to the umpires as well in this final. It's a pretty good one to Mysom, who just looks like he might nick one early. Didn't in the bronze so far. On as even, I think, in this over. Had the boundary. And a couple of plays and misses as well from Mysom. Hello to Maiden Waters for your nice comments saying enjoy the final. And yes, I'm looking forward to the next tournament as well. To Phil G, Luke Belgium, and everyone else. Michael Dowd, Neville Russ, hello to you, and thanks for staying with us here. Why wouldn't you? As this is a fantastic matchup. This one just comes in. You can see Junaid why is dangerous. He can move it both ways. Carlo has a pop, but it will just be the single. So Mysom will retain the strike. Zulfikar Shah will have to go back to the non-strikers end. It's 6 for no loss after 1. Marlo, they are a very successful club recently in Portugal. Their captain Najam Shazad leads them very well. He's got a lot of weapons at his disposal. We saw Marlo representing Portugal in the European Cricket League, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. And I think these two teams, they're going to have a few battles this year during the domestic season. They do hope to have the ECL qualifier set by the end of August. Anyway, here's Conrad Greenfields to bowl over number 2. Bit of a loose nut. That one. Finding his feet. He's another one who seems to have reduced his run slightly. So again, it's mostly the upper body doing the work here. He's still got to try and get that same release point to get that movement. And he does here. Jeez, I can't believe how much he swings the ball. Some people can just have this ability to do that. Watch the curve right to left on this after it bounces, and then Judge actually does pretty well to handle it. Swings a lot after the line. This one's called. Again, they will judge the wides based on where it passes the popping crease. I mean, that's one, even then, not 100% certain that wasn't okay, but I mean, the umpire only gets one look at it. This one's a little bit short, dragged down. And, slight fumble from the puppy, Alex Macy, who took a very good catch earlier today. He's let the hair roam free in this one. Mysom can't nick this one. It's just too good. So, well, I mean, have a look at that. You see it going one way, and then it leaves him late. That's an excellent piece of swing bowling, but this isn't great. It will be another wide, so it will be mixed bag from Greenfields, but he's only gone for the 2 wide so far. Mysom was burgling all the strike here in the power play. Took a while to get going in the bronze final, but when he did get going, he was pretty impressive with some good strikes on the way to his half century. This time they do push and run. Nippo has a go. Both these teams very good fielding teams. I think even despite the conditions, I think you'll see that coming through, and it could be one of the deciding factors. I mean, if that hits, it's probably out, you know. Zulfikar Sharp, shocked into action. Spends a bit too long watching the ball here, I think. And also maybe trying to avoid getting hit, but he could have been gone if that one hit the stumps. Got to say hello to Graham Holmes in the chat. He says, Greenfields are Jimmy Anderson of Portugal with that swing. Yeah, well, they're quite similar because he can actually swing it both ways. Especially here today where there's no real breeze. It's not very strong either way. I think he's more natural swinging it right to left. Now he bowls the left-hander. This one will just sneak outside the line. I think that is a wide, you know. So he might be setting him up here. This one never quite comes back. Can't happen when you change the angle. Maybe he'll try and bowl one the other way. He doesn't. It comes back a long way, but cannons into the pants of Zulfikar Sharp. So we saw both these teams chasing 92 earlier in the day. Even if you have that kind of a target in the final against these bowling attacks, I'm not sure that it'll be so easy. And once again, the movement into Zulfi gets him in a bit of a knot. So Greenfields doesn't take a wicket, but he doesn't go for too many more. And maybe another instance of the fielding side just helping out the batter with a bit of a rub there, but it is the end of the over. And at the moment, it is 11 for no loss. Let's have a look at finals day and the state of play. Well, congratulations to Punjab CC. They win bronze in the end. And they were able to get over Gorka in that last match, 8 over reduced affair. Here in the final, Oeiras, the hosts versus Marlo. Champs versus challengers. Marlo yet to lose a tournament. An ECN tournament, that is, in Portugal. So I do think it's a very even match. Superstars on both sides. Junaid Khan coming back to bowl his second. He typically does. And has been a bit expensive in the third a couple of times. This one gets away from Jaunjat, but won't go for an extra run. This is one that does swing from Junaid. So, yeah, inconsistent swing is how I'd put it so far. Some have gone, some haven't. Again, it's not super comfortable for the batter that has to face. This one comes in as well, but it's well directed from Junaid. Just the one. So, I haven't really seen what I would call a kind of proactive risk taken by the batters yet. You see that Mysom's had the lion's share of the strike. And if you take out the wides, then actually, you see that these guys have got 7 off 13. That's if you take out all the extras. So, not really fluent yet. I think Junaid's a good matchup to Zulfikar Sharp because he will swing the ball away from the left-hander. That's the first time we've seen a real risk taken, but he just pops it up. In fact, he gets so little of it. And Conrad, I don't know if that was a deliberate bit of foxing, but he definitely kind of knocks it away and maybe tries to induce him into taking it too. Have a look at this. And then he just he's quick all over it. And I think they were smart to turn that one down. And Marlo, yeah, I think the 100 is probably a pretty good target for them to aim towards. And this one is somehow edged, but not back onto the stump. Oh, Junaid gets his one to go late, gets a little inside edge. I thought for a second that that one had crashed into the stumps. In fact, it hits his the back shoe, or his back heel. It almost goes all the way to the keeper, but it doesn't. Now, the next one from Junaid Khan is pitched up, and there's Alex Macy. Well, his fielding's getting better and better. And look, some of the think he was in the team only for his long hair and moustache. But he's proved very valuable, and his enthusiasm is infectious. The Irish guy, they just love him. Originally from New Zealand. Now, Zulfikar Sharp. Saw him not afraid to take a risk. And this time, he flicks it away onto the leg side. It'll be a long chase for the fielders, and they're not going to get there. So, it will be 4 to finish the over. As Zulfikar Sharp gets his first boundary. He'll move to 5. And so, yeah, that one just coming in and smart by Zulfikar Sharp. I think he decides to go with the movement. So, again, that helps for Marlo. little bit behind the 8 ball at the moment. We know they've got a long batting lineup. I think that's why they don't want to be too conservative here. Sure, you don't want to get in wicket trouble early, but you have to be brave in a final like this. Junaid with his last ball. And doesn't really get it where he wants it. But good fielding down there. There's KP, Krut Patel, who fires in the throw. It'll allow a single. So this time it's Zulfi's time to pinch the strike. And the score at the end of 3 is 20 for no loss. Pretty good power play for Oeiras, restricting Marlo to just the 2 boundaries. A couple of issues with wides, but you will expect it in these conditions. You can see the cloud cover and a bit of mist around. Probably more misty than rainy at the moment. We have seen a couple of stronger showers. In fact, they pulled us off the field in that bronze final. And so you can probably hear that bit of light rain falling. Probably light to medium now. And remember, 3 overs constitutes a match, and we've already had 3 overs in this first innings. Greenfields will bowl out here. And this is an interesting one. I think it's maybe just because the ball is swinging, he thinks this is probably the best time to use himself. He's got a lot more back-end options now, because I think that Carlo Butcher-Martza bowled well. I think that Miguel Stoneman bowled well as well at the end of the innings. So maybe he's just a bit more confident bowling first. And also the fact that, they are bowling first in the match. So it's not like they're defending any particular target here. So they'd rather get Conrad back on as soon as possible. And the other thing is, if for some reason the match is shortened, I think they want to get 2 overs out of Greenfields. So this kind of guarantees that he'll bowl the 2 overs. Hopefully it's not shortened though. And to be honest, there's nothing short about this from Mysam, who's carrying on his good form from the semi-final, I should say. And he scored 53 off 29 in that one. Hasn't been defeated today. This time he drives on the up. That's a really good cricket shot. They've trusted him with the opening spot. Conrad, wasn't a terrible delivery, but sometimes you just got to tip your hat to the batter and say, well played, and it was. I wonder if Conrad's setting him up for the in-swinger here. No, this is another outie, and it's going to go down the ground. It's going to be 4 more. Mysam on a rampage. Does take a little while to get going today, but once he does, he's not afraid to attack, and he takes 2 or 3 steps down the pitch. And Greenfields gets hit back over his head for 4. You just feel like this battle could be important over the next 3 balls. You've got Greenfields versus Mysam now. It changes the line of attack. Well, only get 1 ball of the battle in that time. Zulfikar Shah will be back on strike. So yeah, Greenfields just changing something, changing the angle. Graham Holmes in the chat asking if they go off, does the power play get counted in the Duckworth-Lewis calculation? I mean, it's all accounted for essentially. As this is in the air, and it'll be a 1-hopper down to Mabeen. Just 1. So, I mean, here's the thing. The power play is, statistically, it's not necessarily higher scoring than any other overs, based on what we've seen so far, over a lot of data. The reason is, okay, it favours the batters because of the field, but it also favours the bowlers because they got the brand new ball to play with. They're generally bowling their best bowlers, so all kind of comes out in the wash. Short, and this one will be called a wide. And, not sure if this is for height or for width. Maybe it was for width. We couldn't really see where it passes the crease there. Also maybe for height. Yeah, it was called on height, I think. You had 2 reasons to call that one, I think. This one across and edged. But Stoneman, Miguel Stoneman that is, will clean up. And it's the end of the over. The score at the end of 4 is 33 without loss. Very warm welcome to you. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network, and it's great to have your company here. Of course, we're missing you, Corey. Corey Rutgers is not feeling too well today. It's nothing too sinister, he assures us, and hopefully he can rejoin us on Monday, but hope you're enjoying your rest, Corey. And I think you'd agree with me, if you were here, you'd say that this is the final that you wanted to see. Oeiras, the hosts, and a team which has a bit of a new look, but they are here, and they have made the final for the first time in the Fancode European Cricket Series. We're taking on Marlo. Marlo have 3 trophies, 3 ECN trophies already to their name. And I know that they want to make it a 4th right here, but you can say This actually might be their toughest test yet because both these teams have been really good. They've only lost the one game so far in the series. Here's Nippo in the 5th. And spin did kind of change the momentum of that first semi-final today because it looked like Gorka were getting away. It did score pretty freely in the power play before spin came and shut the gate a little bit. I really enjoyed watching Nippo go about his business. He's certainly full of enthusiasm. I just hope we get an appeal because that's always entertaining. Yeah, 38 came off the first 3, but then only 30 off the next 5 overs. And this one, this is edged back down onto the foot and up and over the stumps and over Jaunjat as well. So, left arm spinner versus left-hander. You'd say maybe Zulfikar will enjoy that matchup and try and go over the leg side. Nippo, he's just a tall, kind of rangy left arm spinner. The wind's slightly right to left on your screen, so keep an eye out for that. Mysum goes back and can't deal with the bounce here. And Nippo, you'd expect he will get some bounce. Just getting away from Mysum. Not sure if there's a little edge on that or not. Hard to tell. Next one's the arm ball. So clever bowling from Nippo. He's the master of variation. Also, the character perhaps the facepalm emoji was based on. Because I tell you what, he spent a lot of time grabbing his face today, Mohamed Siraj Nippo. This one doesn't spin, you see. It just comes in, maybe a bit of natural variation. Or maybe hitting the seam and coming back. He was hoping to crash into the stumps. It didn't. Still, very good over so far. Just 2 runs off it and 2 balls to go. Pushes this straighter. Maybe a bit lucky to get away with that. But you can see already the difference that Nippo makes when he comes into the attack. This is a big ball now for me. Mysum had a bit of a crossroads. He's 19 off 21. He's used up a lot of deliveries, had a lot of the strike. He's got one more ball. This over from Nippo. Wants to go after it. And I think this just sneaks in. So that's a really good over from Nippo. We'll have a look at the last one, but only 2 off it. That's the end of the 5th over. And the score is 35, no loss. This one, again, doesn't spin. Look, looks like it will, but it doesn't. If anything, it just comes back. It's more in than out. And Tyrone Peters says, yeah, I'm happy with that. So maybe a line ball call goes the way of the Swans. Halfway through this first innings and no wickets, but still the run rate not really motoring for Marlo. As they are going at 7s at the moment, 70 pace, and you just know that they're going to have to start taking some risks. They've got 10 wickets in hand. They've got a long batting lineup. Got Najam Shazad, the national team captain, coming in next. You've got players like Zaib as well, who's had a lot of success at a high level. And players like Azam Sawa. Saim Ali's listed at 6, Amdeep 7. Amar Ikram, he can whack it around. He's listed at 8 for me. As Mobeen Tariq is coming on. And first one has worked away. So we've seen quite a lot of these finger spinners not actually spinning the ball a lot, but I think Mobeen Tariq, some he'll try and turn left to right, some he'll just kind of let go with the arm. Let's have a look at performers. Francois Stoneman actually has more shields now. He's not quite averaging as high or scoring as quickly, but Badenhorst makes up the top 3 batters for Oeiras, for Marlo, Shazad, Shah and Mysum. So again, the top 3 for both teams featuring in the leading run scorers. They go after Tariq, and this one won't quite carry down to one of the players I just mentioned, Francois Stoneman, or Faf as he's known. He's been his kind of patch down there, hasn't it, during this series at deep mid-wicket. So thank you to everyone who's saying they're enjoying the outfit today. It's a bit of a Portuguese theme. As this one will be the first wicket, and this is one that goes with the arm from Mobeen Tariq. And I think Zulfi just said, enough's enough. It's time to start going for some shots. He never quite gets to this one. I think that Tariq takes a little bit off it, and he might see Zulfikar coming. So he bowls a little bit shorter. You see, he lifts his head. He's really not in a good position to execute that stroke. As Jaunjat ends up catching the stumps as they come hurtling towards him. That's the first wicket of the final. In fact, it's the first wicket that Marlo have lost today. It's 37 for 1. Zulfikar Shah ends up making 10 and a runner ball in the final. Just the one boundary. Didn't have a lot of the strike, to be fair. As Mysum has been doing most of it. Probably not a bad wicket to lose. I think that's smart from Zulfikar. Doesn't look like a very good shot, but it was time, I think, to get the captain of the crease, and that's what we're going to see halfway through the 6th over. Najam Shazad, a player I've got a lot of time for. Plays the game the right way as well. There's quite a lot of rivalry within Portuguese cricket for sure, but I think at the end of the day, it's a community which is thriving, and it's a community that's growing. And certainly think that these two teams, at the end of the day, there's a lot of love between them. So here is Mabin Tariq, who gets the opportunity now to take a big fish. Najam Shazad coming in at number 3. This one a little bit short and backed away. That's Stoneman territory down there, but this time it's KP. That'll cut it off. So they've kind of reinforced that zone, haven't they? And that's probably all about the potential turn that Tariq will get. Occasionally, if he gets a bit short, he gets whacked away over that leg side. Massam goes back and tries to hit it straight, and he gets this one pretty good. Maximo! You see there, Tariq, once again, just giving a bit of length, and Mysam's had enough. He flat bats this and has plenty on it. So 6 runs, and the counter-attack coming from Mysam, who after a bit of a pedestrian start last time, he's certainly motored to his half-century. He'll be hoping to repeat that here in the final. And last ball this over, Tariq, despite that 6, it's only gone for 9. Now, he hasn't got this one. It's the arm ball, and it won't go anywhere. Now, they're going to go for 2. Good throw might have him in trouble here. I think this might be gone. I think Mysam's run out here. And so they take on the second. Well, he got lucky in the first place because I thought this might have gone to hand, but he mishit it and it landed in the infield. Doesn't go more than 25 yards from the bat. And here, you see, he gets it down just in time. Well, you can see how much there is in it. It's not a lot at all. Probably 5 centimetres. But he is gone here, Mysam. And so the LRS is called for. TP, he chops the air, he chops the rain. And it's Joundra that chops the stumps, and he's going to chop down the innings offside Mysam. He's going to be run out for 27. And there's the signal. So Mysam goes just as he was starting to get going. He's used up a lot of balls. Did hit 3 4s and a 6, but he goes at a crucial time in this innings. It's also the end of the 6th over. It's 45 for 2. Oh, it's an excellent piece of fielding as well. And a good bit of keeping from Joundra. Had to be super quick there. Sometimes as a keeper, you do have to rush and maybe cheat a bit on your technique to get the ball down quickly. And you see, he didn't have a lot of margin for error at all. Graham Holmes saying, very good fielding it was. And guess who? It was Faf Stoneman that fired into the throw to Joundra. Into the over. So it will be Shazad on strike to Nippo. Again, 2 Portuguese nationals go at each other. And it's Nippo that gets it. And his fingers are all over the place. Well, I think it was pretty obvious it was out. But if Tyrone Peters didn't know originally, he certainly saw once Nippo. He had the eye of the tiger in his eyes as he goes absolutely nuts. He's knocked over Shazad at a big moment in the final. Marlo, captain, has to go for just one, and he goes second ball. This one angled in, took a little something on the way through. And Nippo, wow, not the first time we've seen that kind of reaction, but he's fired up. This one just flicks the back hip, I think, on the way through. And Najam Shazad, well, he's frustrated. And Nippo, well, he's animated, and why not? Doesn't get too much bigger than this. Oeiras in their first ECS final, and they have the big wicket of Shazad, 45 for 3. Oeiras, players coming from everywhere to get on Nippo. Well, it was a slippery Nippo delivery, and it just got through the jump a little bit quicker than he thought. This will bring another left-hander to the crease. We did see Zulfikar Shah earlier, but now it will be Azim Sawa, who's a pretty good batter in his own right. And I know they've got plenty of wickets to play with, but it just feels like a big moment whenever you see Shazad going, because he just can be so destructive, and he can do it against good bowling. So now we'll have left-hander to left-hander as Nippo comes into Sawa for the first time. It's a pretty good delivery. If he misses that, he's stone-cold LBW, but does get some bat on it and gets it away for a single. Les Bickley saying very hearty appeal. Well, it was. I mean, it was more of a celebration, I think, as he saw the stumps already castled. So Nippo now gets to bowl to Amir Zaib, who's facing his first ball. He came in after the run out. He got off the mark immediately. So, yeah, these wickets, super important, I think, People say in T10 the wickets aren't important, but I think it's the calibre of the batter that you can send back. Certainly 3 very good ones back in the shed already for Marlo. Nippo, he's just been so economical today. He's got 1 for 4 halfway through his second over. You can see now the batters are a bit gun-shy to him, and you can imagine why, because they have lost 3 wickets, and they don't really want to lose a 4th here, even with the overs running out. But, I mean, Nippo's just been so good here. Let's see if they go back to Mubin Tariq or whether they try somebody else as well in the 8th. I'll be tempted to maybe try someone else. I'll tell you why in a second. This one comes back again off the pitch. And they think about a second, but let's just say that Zai wasn't exactly motoring through the first. Look, the reason I might try someone else in the 8th is that it keeps your options open. You can always bring Mubin Tariq back in the 9th if you want. They've got Carlo Butchamatsa that hasn't bowled yet. Nice throw. Waste of a direct hit, though. They've also got Miguel Stoneman up their sleeve. And if you do bowl Mubin Tariq now, then you're forced to bowl 2 different bowlers in 9th and 10th, which they've done before. They're not too bothered about it. But I suppose if you bowl 1 in the 8th that bowls really well, you can always come back in the 10th. As this one, not really hit well at all. It'll be a simple catch for Greenfields. So Nippo finishes the tournament with another wicket, and he's off. Will somebody find him? Because he's run halfway to the boundary. And it's Greenfields who was up in the circle. And I think they were challenging Azim Sarwat to go over mid-off. It was Conrad, clever captaincy, as he keeps himself up in the infield. You can see that he's there waiting for it. And he was hoping for a miss hit. He got it. And there was no way he was dropping that. And there's no way Nippo was ever coming back as well. So, Mohammad Siraj Nippo, great pickup for Oeiras. He's going to finish with figures of 2 for 6. And yeah, the 2 wickets are handy. But what about the fact that he's only gone for 6? So once again, spin changing the game and quality spin. As Nippo, only 2 came off his first over. And only 4 come off his second. He only went for 6 singles in his spell as well. Let's have a look at what's coming up on Monday. And we are making the journey north to the Netherlands and a little bit east as well, as we will be in Rotterdam, and Sparta will be the host club. They're up first against Voorburg, or VCC as they're known in the Netherlands, and then Salland, first time we've seen them in an ECS. They're taking on Kampong, the reigning champions. Kampong last time, they came from nowhere, so they are defending champions in that series. And Sparta, I do expect a pretty good side from them. Plenty of international stars playing in that one as well. Could be another wicket, and it is. There's nothing going right for Marlo at the moment. They lose 2 wickets in 2 balls. They do decide to stick with spin, and it works. Mubin Tariq coming up with a wicket here. It was attempted lift over the leg side, but Zaib doesn't make the contact that he wants. And a very safe pair of hands. Faf Stoneman decides to take it, fingers pointing up. And Oeiras right now, they are looking the goods. They decided that they wanted to field first, and they wanted to get into Marlo. At the moment, it's a bit of a merry-go-round there. Batters coming, batters going. You see a bit of nervous body language from Marlo, the defending champions. They're 49 for 5 and just can't get anything going here in the final. They're only on 68 pace at the moment as well, and that is with 2 new batters essentially at the crease. Neither has faced a ball. Very good player, though, coming in for a number 7, Amardeep Singh. He's out there with Amar Ikram. Both these guys can hit a big ball. I think they'd have to not worry about the wickets lost. I think they still need to be aggressive and counter-attack here. And he does. He goes down the ground, and he goes really good. I mean, that's 6 on any ground. Well, the scorers, if they didn't see the signal, they know that's 6 because that one almost took him out. Well, there's Marzi. Always happy when he gets a bit of camera time. But this is a really confidence-boosting shot from Amardeep Singh first up. A very good player. He's better than your average number 7. So, hit that one almost to Mars. So you know it's a big hit. That's a good counter-attack. Wasn't a bad ball at all from Mubin Tariq. I think it's kind of a challenge delivery. Go after it if you can, and if you miss, hit it. A 6 wicket is very valuable, but basically costs them 6. Now he wants to go again, and this time it's just out of the grasp of the fielder. It's Badenhorst. And now they're going to go for 2. Miguel Stoneman, just slight fumble, and then can't get anything on the throw. So let's feel a little mini counter-attack. That's Nippo, in fact, who ends up turfing himself. You see that he was flying. And, I like that kind of effort. Slight fumble from Miguel Stoneman out of his natural habitat and a deep third man. Well, this one goes the other way, and this could be trouble. As this one, actually, I think it hits the seam, to be honest. And this goes the other way. I don't know if it's the dues, right? If it is, Tariq's just learnt a new skill. But this is one that actually significantly goes away from Janjat. Maybe you could say he hadn't really made any footwork over there, but he was expecting it to come back. So a bonus, and that just adds to this momentum that you feel that Marlo are getting here. Remember I said they were on 68 pace a second ago? Well, now they're almost there. Now they're up to 83 pace into the last quarter of the innings. This is another one. What's going on here? It's another one that significantly moves away. So 6 wides in the last 30 seconds. And this one does hold its line as well. It's Alex Macy, the puppy, that will do the fielding. So yeah, I mean, this is the highest scoring over in the innings now. It's worth 15. Still 2 to come. And this is the approach. I mean, you can't be too conservative, even seeing those 5 wickets down. You're running out of time to put a score on the board. Goes for this and misses. And Path's pretty confident he's got him here. And you see the big L for the LRS. And sometimes you can go on the keeper's reaction. You've got a really good look at this if you're a keeper. And he's not out there. He is a little bit there. And he is gone. Yeah, you can see there's daylight. There's daylight under his foot. I think this will be given. And it's just a perfect bit of timing. I think that's a really good bit of work by Janjat. Again, he'd be a little bit concerned. A couple did something unexpected earlier in the over. That can knock your confidence a little bit. And there is the decision. So Janjat does really well. And he had to have fast hands there. You see, it was just a microsecond or two that the foot was in the air. So this game's having some ebbs and flows. And Ikram's going to have to go for a golden in this one. And that is another wicket for Oeiras. 64 for 6. And that partnership, this is T10 cricket for you, it was worth 15 in 4 balls. But the first one that Ikram faces, he has to go. Well done to Tariq, who will finish. In fact, he won't finish his spell. He's got 1 more to go, but he has some pretty decent figures himself with the 3 wickets. But yeah, 25 he's conceded. So this will be Saim Ali coming in at number 8. Carrying a bit of a hand injury, so we won't see him keeping in this game in the end. It'll be Shan Malik behind the stumps for Marlo. Here's Tariq's last ball. And Saim Ali decides to go the sweep. And hits it pretty well, but he just gets the single. KP cleans up. It's the end of 8, and the score is 65 for 6. I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat. I'm going to try and catch up as much as I can. Hello to Joey Marples. Nice to see you in the chat. And to Alan Dem Mesquita and Andrew Boucher and everyone else. Thanks for coming in. I know that you can pop in and pop out as you like, but it certainly pays to be here for the final. Once again, a few get wells for Corey. And we did have Corey Fangirls in earlier. Disappeared now. Vinny Fangirls was in, but no sight of Vinny Fangirl for a while. Some people think the lack of competition keeping Vinny's Fangirl away. Anyway, would love to hear from you, Vinny's Fangirl, if you are out there. And let's not forget that I had 2 Fangirl accounts during the tournament, and Corey only had 1. So we'll probably get a graphic up to kind of illustrate that 2 is double what 1 is. Kalo Butchamatsa on the field is going to come on in the 9th. And they will have to use 2 new bowlers. And I think they will go Butchamatsa, Stoneman, 9-10. Lily Panda, if you missed it. We have had a Corey's Fangirl account and a Vinny's Fangirl account appear. It's a bit of a mystery. Vinny's Fanda. I think that Lily Panda has changed her name to Vinny Fanda. Well, that's the best thing I've ever seen. As this one sneaks down. It's going to be a wide, you know, but it could have been out. This is a real tough one as a keeper because you're blinded. But this was actually a chance to get Saim Ali. In the end, it'll go down as 2 wides. Can get stumped off a wide. And you see that Janjat, he does get there, but these either stick or they don't. I'm not saying it's an easy chance, but it was a chance. This one's hit, and Carlo will just concede a single there. The key there is establishing your feet early. And Janjat will be disappointed, but he does make the block. I mean, they can also go for extra runs, and perhaps even to the boundary. Butchamatsa was so good this morning. 2 for 1 he took. 2 big wickets when he bowled his only over. Leg side. So, just a single. So, Marlo, can they find another kick? And it was Amandeep that was kind of providing it, wasn't it, when he went after Mabim last over? But, yeah, that stumping late in the over, just changing momentum back. And now he goes for this and he blasts it, but he doesn't get all of it. Greenfields is backing back and it's going to be 6, or it's already 6 in the moment that he touches it, because I think he steps on the rope here. So Amandeep, well, it was a line ball, one, wasn't it, to Greenfields. In the end, he just runs out of real estate, 6 valuable runs. It's a big swing, isn't it? See there, he's on the rope. So when he takes off from there, it's always 6 from the moment he touches it as it is. Does get over the line and, well, still enjoying what he's doing. A real teaser for Conrad. We'll have the right of reply, of course, in the second innings with the bat. Fancy footwork. And this will be a wide, no decision given from the umpire. So Carlo going the other way. Probably could have just still tried to sneak it in. It would have been hard to reach. Just sneaks back, and good decision from Malik as well. So Carlo Butchamatsa going for a few off the first half of the over. 11, in fact. Let's see if he can pull it back. He's going to have 3 more balls to bowl here in the final. This is hit on the leg side. Bit of work for Miguel Stoneman. They got the Stoneman wall now on the leg side boundary square. Butchamatsa, the older brother of Paolo Butchamatsa, who was the kind of instigator of this ground. A beautiful cricket ground it is as well, and it looks better every time I see it. Third time we've had an ECS here. And this one's a slower ball from Butchie. And will they try for 2 here? I'm not sure they will on Greenfields. He had to make a short throw. You don't want to necessarily gift a run out at this stage, I don't think. That's one that Conrad probably could have gone either end. Maybe ended the threat of Amandeep Singh, who's just changed the game slightly. 91 and 91 were the 2 first inning scores so far today on finals day. Last ball for Butchamatsa. Except it will be a wide. Pushes it a little bit too wide. You can see he's pretty conscious of getting too straight. He doesn't want to get it whacked away over the leg side. Doesn't really want to get banged straight either. So he's just trying to sneak it in. See if he can get out of this over. Remember, 11 came off the first. It's actually the first half of it. Does get straight up. This could be out, and it will be. In fact, yeah, it's about as plumb as it gets. I know he's advancing, but hits him on the foot, and it hits him in front of middle and off. I think this is a good decision. And so Carlo maybe injures himself in the celebration. He probably won't have to do any more bowling in this tournament. That is his last wicket. You see this one just comes in, and he gets the big wicket of Amandeep, and that one hits him on the big toe, and it hits him in line with, well, I think, off stump, even though he's got a bit of room to still travel before it hits the stumps. But I think there's no doubt that was crashing in. Good decision. And so ends the little counter-attack, and I like the knock from Amandeep Singh. I've liked his work. He's a good fielder. He's a good off-spin bowler as well. Maybe we'll see him feature in the second half of this match. But for now, he's got to take a seat after scoring 17 off just 7. 2 big sixes in there. It's the end of the over as well, 79 for 7. So we go to the last over now. It will be Miguel Stoneman that will bowl it, and it will be Saim Ali who's on strike. So Marlo, just kind of a bit of a counter-attack in the last 2 overs. I mean, they were 49 off 7, but they've got 30 off the last 2, so they're up to 79, and here's the last over. It's flicked away by Saim Ali, and he's going to get 4. Well, that's a good piece of timing. That's not easy to do at all. But he kind of generates a bit of pace on this, uses the wrists. See, he's taking a bit of a risk getting across. He wants that leg glance, and he gets it. Kroot can't get down, and so 4 to start the 10th. Just have the feeling this is going to be a really interesting final. I know Oeiras have looked pretty composed at most times. There's going to have to be a few nerves around, in the top 3 in particular, I think, in the final. And Marlo, they are the incumbent, aren't they? Never lost an ECN trophy in Portugal. As this time, Miguel just drags it to the left for a wide. And he can't be too bothered about that first shot. I think the issue was that it wasn't full enough. So, I mean, it allowed Marlo to flick it kind of across the line or flick it behind square. If he gets that in block hole, and there's a real good chance for an LBW. So a bit of length as well. Syme wraps his bat around it. It won't go too far. There's Butchie. He's looking a little bit ginger, a bit like his beard. I know that they do have the services of the 12th man, Diogo Martins, if he wasn't able to continue. Martins himself took a pretty good catch earlier in the week. It's one of the cult heroes of this tournament. So 85. I just got a feeling we can get 91 again. That's what they had in the first game, and that's what the first team batting got in the first game, and what the first team batting in the second game all got 91. So will we have three of a kind here on finals day? Third game, we didn't quite see a 10 over innings, so that one can't be counted. Gondal has come in, and he's batting 9. Can't get this away. Just feel this kind of a total is going to make for a really good contest in the second half. This one will be a wide. Just gets away. Miguel doesn't like it, but it was a wide. You see here, as it goes past the crease, just the bit of movement taking it, and it grabs a fair piece of that tram line. And that's how they umpire. It's consistent. And yeah, I was hoping he could get away with that one, but he doesn't. So still 3 to come. He goes short. It's not a good delivery. It's a Gundy ball from Stoneman. Maximo! Gondal cashes in as he hooks this one over backward square for 6. Stoneman, it's just been a little bit too short in general in this over, and I think this one he drags down. Gondal, he might be batting 9, but he'll certainly take that. He's still a good cricketer. So forget the 91. We're past that. 92 on the board now. It's been a good comeback from Marlo. 35 in the first half. And in the second half so far, they're up to 57. So they certainly have raised things, despite losing a few wickets along the way. But they had those 10 wickets in hand at the halfway point. Well, now he gets it wrong. It'll be a no ball. Good take by Jaunjat as well. So yeah, Stoneman just struggling here. This one, I think, slips out. It's kind of chest high. Tyrone's quick to call it. So maybe they've got visions of the 100 still, because that one will have to be re-bowled. So it takes up to 93. There's a free hit coming up as well. So there's a few little leaked runs at the end of this innings. We'll look back at the last 3, I think, at the end and say they were pretty expensive. As Stoneman decides to pull out, and I think maybe it's just a bit of a hint. He does go through with Zaction, which you couldn't even go back and take them at this stage. Maybe he just pulled out of it. Give him the benefit of the doubt there. Better ball. These little things mattering. And so he gets out of jail after bowling a bit of a moon ball. He does escape further punishment on the free hit. Good young cricketer. And the Stoneman brothers moving from Coimbra Knights to Oeiras this season, making an impact. Last ball coming up. 93 on the board. See Stoneman just having a few problems with his footing, I think. Okay, so last ball coming up, 93 plus this, as he goes straight, and he goes pretty good. This is going to be out of the ground, straight as the day is long. Maximo! Gondal comes up with a dozen, and, well, that one went all the way to Mars. Here's Mars and Mahel, who are in the scorer's cube. And so once again, Stoneman doesn't hit the block hole. He's probably a metre short, and he knew straight away. He walked away. And the final score will be 99 for Marlo. 100 even for Oeiras to raise the trophy for the first time in a Fancode European Cricket Series. And Gondal, well, he came to the party with a dozen, didn't he, in the end? And that last over ended up going magical. 20 come off the last, and 50 come off the last 3. So you saw that Marlo were 49 after 7, and they do even better than doubling that score in the last 3. So they'll take a bit of momentum into the second half, that's for sure. And they do have some good bowling options. But I still think this game is very evenly poised here. Is match 48 the final? two teams, I think, deserve their spot in the decider. Early on, Meissen always looked the risk to nick off, and he had the lion's share of the strike early. Got lucky a couple of times. That one was probably heading for the stumps, but he nicked it onto his back heel. And then the boundary started. And we're 4 of them in the first half of this innings. Some nice shots played. They got after Conrad a little bit in his second over. Then Dippo came on in the 5th, and he shut the gate. He's so animated. Certainly one of the characters that we love to watch. Mabeen Tariq, well, he ended up getting the fruits of Nippo's labour as well, as he was able to remove Zulfikar Sharp. And then a sharp bit of work from Jaunjat as he took the throw from Faf Stoneman. The LRS confirms it was just out, and Meissen probably had a feeling that his number was up. And then this was the big moment. Shazad, he only makes one in the final, and Dippo, he was pumped to get his Portuguese national teammate off the little back leg of Najam Shazad. And then Greenfields held on to this, and Dippo, he was up and about at this stage as he took a wicket off the last ball of his tournament, it would seem. Unless we get to a golden ball, or maybe, then we'll see another ball from him. But Stoneman caught very well. It's Faf Stoneman taking the catch. But Amadou came and he was able to just get some momentum back for Marlo as he got after Tariq. And look, despite losing a few wickets, they did get 50 off the last 3 overs. Tariq just losing a couple that went bizarrely the other way. Amir Ikram had to go first ball. Sharp keeping again by Jaunjat. And this is another one. Could have gone either way. In the end, it just bounced off Greenfields. It was probably always heading for 6. And Carlo gets a wicket in the final as well. That was Plum LBW hitting the batter on the foot. And then Gondal, we had some counter strikes of his own. He's in mostly for his death bowling, but his death batting was pretty good here. As he sent one square, he sent one straight. And in the end, it gets him to 99. It will be an even 100. Where's Mian Shahid? Good to see him down, of course. Recently retired, and the former skipper of Marlo. He was the one raising the trophy on the previous occasions, and he'd love to see his club raising it here. And if they're going to do that, they're going to need 99. Just have a look at the wides, though. 19 runs in wides and a no ball. So there's 20 avoidables that were given away in this innings. And of course, some of them were multiple wides, but there were 14 individual wide deliveries. So something to think about, as it will be the even 100. Let's talk about Meissen, though. 27 off 25. He was the top scorer. He's had a good afternoon. Apart from that, we saw 17 off 7 from Amandeep Singh. He was important as well in turning things around. Gondal with a couple of sixes in the last. Got them to 99. With the bowling, I think Nippo, the best for me. 2 for 6. So accurate. So difficult to deal with, I think, in this format when they're always trying to attack, and they could only get 6 singles off his 2 overs. Picked up 2 wickets. Tariq got 3 wickets, but a little bit expensive in his second. 16 came off that one. Apart from that, the other wicket went to Butcher Martz and Mikael Stoneman. He'll be a bit annoyed. He couldn't close out better than that, as he ended up going for 20 off the last. So we're at the halftime break. Always a quick turnaround in the last game of the day. The weather's holding, and both these teams just holding on. I think it's anybody's game here in the final. Big rivals, Marlo and Oeiras. When we return, we're going to the last. The last 10 overs from Portugal, just around the corner. It'll be an even 100 if the Swans are going to raise the trophy on home turf. Or will it be Marlo who win their 4th ECN trophy right here? It will be a very exciting conclusion. Hopefully you can join us in just a few minutes' time. We'll be back for the exciting conclusion. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're having a great finals day. Don't go anywhere. Back shortly with more cricket on ECN. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Portugal for the final time in this very exciting 2-week series. We've seen it all, haven't we? Oh, I've seen sun and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. And this day has been a bit of a mixed bag. And we've seen some fire out there in the middle with the rain. And we've seen some big hits on finals day. It's day 12 and match 48. This is the conclusion of the series, the last innings coming up. And it's Oeiras, the hosts. Well, they need enough if they're good enough here. They need 100 runs even off their 10 overs if they're going to take the trophy away from Marlo, a team that have won 3 ECN trophies here, 2-day series, 1 night series. And they're also the Portuguese national representatives. We saw them recently in the ECL, of course. The winner of the domestic season this year, which they should know by probably the end of August. They will be the ECL representatives for Portugal in 2023. Seems a long way away, but it'll come around quicker than you think. Now, Oeiras, I mean, their top 3 in particular are super important here in this chase, and they have to deal with some pretty good bowlers, including that man there, Najam Shazad. Couldn't really do much with the bat as he fell second ball, but you just know that he'll probably feature. And it looks to me like they're going to open with spin. So this is a pretty good tactic, I think, because we haven't really seen Oeiras having to deal with spin first up in this series. So it will be Badenhorst, recently moved to Portugal from South Africa. He's had a pretty good series. Seems to be getting better and better. But this is the one that counts. This is the final, and this is the first ball. Faf, who's a really good runner between the wickets, will grab an extra here. So it'll be 2 to start us off, and that won't be a legal delivery. So I know that just chatting around the ground here, that pretty much an even split, I think, as to who's ahead in this game. I think 100 today. We've seen slightly lower scores, I think, across the board. 100's pretty much par to win. Can you do it under pressure? Stoneman has been excellent. In fact, he's actually now the leading run scorer in the tournament. So certainly he'd be one candidate for MVP. I think he's also fielded very well. Haven't seen him bowling too much, but yeah, he scored now 318 runs in the tournament, averaging over 50. This one's not a great delivery from Sawa. Something I've noticed about him, he often bowls the loose first one. I'll be tempted to get him to bowl one as a practice to one of the other fielders and then get on with it, because he just seems to always start with a loosener. You can't afford to do that in this form of the game on a consistent basis. You can already say there's kind of a different kind of feel to the start of this innings compared to some of the other Oeiras innings. And I think it is partly because of the change of place. Najam Shazad, very clever captain. In fact, 2 pretty good tacticians going head-to-head here in the final. Yeah, Stoneman will come down and meet this one. Pretty nice looking shot, but it does find Amandeep down there. Amandeep was key in the first innings, and he came in at number 7. It looked like the innings was just stalling, but he started a bit of a counter-attack that then Gondal continued, as well as a few bonus runs as well. They took 50 off the last 3. This time, Stoneman will drive, but not beat the field, so a pretty good start this for Marlo. A bit like the start of Marlo in their batting innings, in fact. Just a handful off the first so far. That's pretty good bowling by Sawa. Well, once he locks in, he locks in. And so it will be just the 4 off the first. And Oeiras are 4 for no loss. That does push the rate up slightly. Around the 10.5 mark, I'd imagine, after that. So I'm going to say hello to a few chatters today. We had a few lurkers popping in before. Steve Cook, who said, going Dutch next week. Honours even at the end of the week. Yeah, well, it is pretty even between these 2 teams. And I want to say hello to Vinny Founder, which I think is Lily Panda in disguise. But Lily, it's good that you're up. I don't even want to think about what hour it is in New Zealand right now, but it's worth staying up for the final, or getting up for the final, I suppose. Shazad's going to come on for the second over here, the captain. He's just reduced his run. He's coming around the wicket now to Badenhorst. And it's a little bit short. She's worked away, but into a gap. They'll get 2 here. And Stoneman You mentioned his run between the wickets. He does the fundamentals right. I think that's important. We don't see it enough really in European cricket. Hawkmoon thinks the Swans look like they've got another gear. I think they're peaking at just the right time. So it's a good observation there. And nothing matters really except for the next 10 overs, or the next 8.5 to be more specific. Hello to Kirsty Redhead saying, supporting some of the Coimbra Knights in this game. And now just be a single. So kind of need a boundary and over to keep you in touch, I think. Graham Holmes just noting, I noticed his comment about the wides in the first innings. And there were essentially 20 extra runs, 19 in wides and a no ball, inflating the score. This time Shazad's cut away, and they want to go with the hit. And Faf gets sent back. He gets overruled by Buttonhorse. I think if this hits, he's gone. He's pretty quick, but he has to U-turn even quicker here. And if this throw comes in, he's short, despite the dive. Not easy to hit one stump, though. Haven't seen it too often. Luke Belgium, hello to you as well. This is a nice-looking cut shot this time. Once again, can't penetrate the field, so they'll get one. And they're just frustrated at the moment. Let's see who they bowl in the third over. Will they go back to Sawa? I'd imagine you would. They only got him for 2 singles and a wide, or 2 wides essentially in the first over. Taking that warm-up delivery, they just got 2 off the next 6. So, yeah. Got to take calculated risk here. Remember, they do have Greenfields up their sleeve. They don't want to fall too far behind to put that extra pressure on him. See, this time Buttonhorse just runs out of ideas and dead bats it. So, Buttonhorse started the tournament batting at number 4. They tried Crip till top of the order, but Buttonhorse got the promotion. He hasn't looked back since. He's seemed to be getting better and better, but this is his biggest test yet. No boundaries in this innings yet. Buttonhorse drives nicely, and they'll have protection here. And it won't be able to do anything about it, so it will be the first 4. And you see, they had the mid-off in place, but it just snuck around a little bit. And that's why it does get to the boundary. So nice shot by Brendan to finish the over. So in the end, Shazad goes for 8. Second over has been completed. It's 12 for no loss. Just a reminder that this has been the program today. And Punjab CC ended up in third after they knocked off Gorka 11 in the bronze final, the third place playoff. So they will feature on ECN debut in the medals. The gold and silver will go to these 2 teams. You're watching fight it out right now. And Oeiras and Marlo both chased down 92 in their first game of the day. Did it pretty easily as well. And even though this is only a few more, you feel there's a lot more pressure in this chase. Sawa gets a little bit short, turned around the corner, and does get it over Saimali. Has good footwork by Stoneman, as he identified that one was a little bit short early. And he doesn't just get back, he gets across, and he opens up that leg side. Just have a look at his footwork here. He thinks, okay, he gets that back foot back and significantly outside the off stump, which means he can turn on it, and he gets 4. Good batting. You can see why he is the leading run scorer in this tournament. I've stuck with him at top of the order, and he's delivered. Now he just punches out. Oh, and now we have a misfield, and it's going to be 4. Well, did not see this coming at all from Amandeep, who's a really good fielder. I don't know if he gets a slight Tortuga, but this one was just a push from Stoneman. And Amandeep, who's one of the best fielders in this lineup, you think there's no way he's missing this, but the Tortuga, well, that's the universe being unkind. Well, he's scratching upstairs, and you can understand why. So 3 bonus runs. Stoneman faces up again and gets a big filthy full toss, and he drills it down the ground for 4 more. So, wow, whatever caterpillar that hit, that might be the moment that we look back and say it just sparked something, because it's been a pretty slow start, you'd have to say, from Oeiras. But now we've actually had 4 boundaries off the last 4 balls. And, well, Marzi, he's meant to be receiving the signals, but he's dishing them out as well now. And so now Stoneman will just get a single. Amandeep, well, he's probably a bit nervous when that one was coming to him. That's what makes it interesting as well. I don't mind the odd bobble in the outfield. I just think it makes it more entertaining for all of us that don't have to field. Badenhorst goes back and pulls. Yeah, this is the time I think, you're almost out of the power play. 4th or 5th over, for me, it's the ideal time for Conrad Greenfields to come in. And I think that should embolden Badenhorst to go for some shots. If it comes off, it's great. Gets him closer to the target. You're not always thinking that way, but just from an outsider's perspective, Conrad's averaging over 100. This one's worked away, but it's not going to clear the fielder, and this will be the first wicket. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I mean, he takes the catch and he puts it back in play, but then he runs over the boundary, and I know he's taken the catch. Easily inside the boundary, but have a look. He never stops running here. You see, he's running back, and then he just tosses it away, but he doesn't stop. He should have been able to stop. Yes, that's out, but I mean, that's interesting. I mean, I certainly would have been stopping before I go over the line. Saim Ali, I know he's got an injury to that hand. I think it has been given out, but I mean, that's an interesting one for me. I suppose, it's out the moment he takes it and controls it and throws it away, but it's that further movement, and he never stops his momentum. So, yeah, I suppose it's out, but I'm only supposing. I think they are going to give it, so it'll be the end of Stoneman. And yeah, this is a bit strange because he throws it away, but it's 2 steps later he's over the boundary. It's probably not what I'd be doing in a final. I'd be pretty sure that I'm not giving any chance for the umpire to overturn the decision, but in the end, it will be a boundary. It'll finish the over. Bizarre scenes in Cartaccio. At the end of the power play, it's 26 for 1. Well, maybe not a bad thing either. You don't want to see the end of Stoneman necessarily, but it does bring Conrad Greenfields to the crease, who is averaging over 100. You see the 3rd man, the 12th man even. Wally Damjad coming on. No, Saim Ali has been struggling with a bit of a hand injury. That's why he's not keeping. So after taking that catch, he's just run off for some treatment. Now Badenhorst will be facing up. I think they're just sorting out the bench. What do you think about that? Hello to Bajendra Yadav. Says he's going to miss my commentary tomorrow. Well, the good news is I'll be back on Monday, so you won't have to wait too long. I'll miss all of you guys. It's always such a shame when Sunday rolls around and I can't spend the day with you. It's I'm sure you'll find something else to do. Even the man upstairs rests on a Sunday. So here's Asad Mahmood, and he gets driven away by Badenhorst, but it's high. It should be caught, and it is caught. Amardeep Singh makes up for his little indiscretion last over, and this was a fairly simple catch. And so Badenhorst tries to elevate, but he can't clear the boundary. In fact, he barely clears the infield. You see this off the toe of the bat. And Asad Mahmood, he's just got a knack for coming up with important wickets, and he does here. Well, a bit of the crocodile style from Amandeep, but it's effective. And so 2 wickets falling in quick succession. And now the score is 27 for 2. Both openers removed from the equation. And we're going to have to see somebody below the top 3 come and do some business. And this is a guy I've got a lot of time for. Parth Jaunjat. He's a bit of a 6-hitting machine, but he hasn't had a lot of time at the crease. That's mostly because their top order have been consistently doing the job. Pounder saying catch held, controlled release. Yeah, I agree with that. But you could also say that when you're really close to the boundary and step over. It depends what you call really close to the boundary. Yeah, Luke says, interesting to see what the call will be. I suppose it's right. I mean, he would say, well, I could have stopped. But my thing I'd be saying if I was the batter is, well, then why didn't you? So, Asad Mahmood comes on to Jaunjat. He's not going to waste any time. He drills this one down to Amandeep. He might be having a bit of post-traumatic stress about that other misfield, but he handles this one okay. Now we'll see Greenfields for the first time on strike. That run rate hasn't moved too far, almost up a full point, up to 10.8 at the moment. And Conrad leading Oeiras for the first time in this series. He will be a key as he gets a full toss first up and hits it pretty hard, and he gets 4. The fielding, I said it might be important. Well, that one ends up in a puddle. That's not great either with the cricket ball. See here, actually gets overrun by the fielder out there. And so it will be 4. Wasn't a good ball from Asad Mahmood, you'd have to say, but I mean, the fielder was there in the end. It was a bit slippery while wet. And Shazad just having a word about it, but yeah, these are things that could make a difference. Conrad Greenfields, the reason he's been so good and so consistent in this series is because he's batted fast, but while mitigating risk. And see, once again, he goes on the ground, and once again, he's going to get 4. So he's been pretty calculating, and he's been pretty selective about what he goes after. And this time, the fielder didn't have a prayer. As you see his setup there, he's on the front foot. He finds the gap, so back-to-back boundaries. So I can think of 2 times already that we've had ground ball misses that have resulted in 4s. And at least twice now that those times have created a boundary. The next ball as well, when it should have been the other batter on strike. This time, Greenfields goes back and punches, but he won't beat the field this time. There's Amir Zaib there. Janjat's an important one as well. I'd like to see him continuing to attack. He's the one that probably will take a few more risks. Does love to hit 6's path. And he tries here, but it's uncontrolled. It's going to be a simple catch, and Shazad holds on. Well, he wasn't going to miss that. Janjat just ran out of patience, despite it being a second ball. And yeah, just kind of lost his shape here. Ends up slicing it inside out. So Asad Mahmood gets 2 in the over. And so it will be 3 wickets in the last 7 balls. But still, Greenfields is at the crease, and we know that he's a man that if he stays there for any significant length of time, I think that the Oeiras fans will think that they can get this done, as they're chasing 100 right now. They're 37 for 3. It does mean we're going to see Junaid Khan at the crease. So, because of the change of over, we'll see Conrad Greenfields on strike. And, yeah, you can just tell there's a bit of tension there. They probably don't even need those chairs. They're wound up. And now here's Slade Mysom, who's going to come on. And that's the thing, against Marlo, not an easy team to go double digits against, because they've got some really good bowling options, pace and spin. We haven't seen Mysom yet, but he's coming on now. They've got bowlers like Gondal as well. I don't think we necessarily saw the best out of Mysom and Gondal in the semi-final this morning. There's first one, just played fairly comfortably by Greenfields. Make him hustle. Oh no, that's Conrad's zone. That's the place yesterday where he kind of ran into the edge of the pitch and almost injured his knee. Just that last step, you see, little slip. I think that's just literally the strain on the back as he slid, as he was reaching the crease. That's the bowler's landing area. That's why it's a bit extra slippery there. Now Junaid Khan gets chance with the bat. And really, have not seen a lot of Junaid in this series with the bat. He's been in for his bowling. And really, we haven't seen Oeiras under wickets pressure that often at all. So yeah, this game very much in the balance. It's all about staying on the pace. Okay, so they want to be around 50 after this over. Yeah, it's a clever little deflection shot. It was the sort of ball that the batter in less form may just kind of block back and take a dot, but Greenfield's able to manoeuvre it away, deflecting it past the keeper. Shan Malik, who's back behind the stumps, a bit like he was in the first game of the series for Marlo. They do get a single there, so eliminating dots is key as well. Can they build a partnership here? Well, Junaid's had enough, and he goes after his second ball, a bit like Janjat did, but he's going to get away with it. Well, luck's of fortune. I mean, Junaid just wasn't quite there. I think it's a bit of a rush of blood. And he hits this one halfway to the moon. And when it comes back in no man's land. It was a Bermuda Triangle situation. You see here, he's just early on it. And that's why it goes straight up in the air. And I think that's all tension. Early, he sees it, he reacts, and reacts a bit early. So, lucky break for Junaid Khan. No other way to say it. Greenfields whips his way off his pads. Just get one here. That rate's just climbed up above 11 at the moment. Junaid Khan, I'm sure he had his heart in his mouth when that ball got skied, because I found it hard to believe it fell in a pocket that was unattended, considering how high it went. But last ball of the over coming up. Been a good over from Meissen, just the 5 singles. And this, and then a good slower ball, but called a wide. And Meissen, no real complaints for him. Seen a couple of these. They have been really harsh, maybe extra harsh. That's the off-cutter. Called wide, but to be honest, when it went past the crease, let's just say that Meissen was a bit unlucky there. But game of fine margins. Last ball of the over, another off-cutter. So they get 6 off the over in the end. And so, well, fasten your seatbelts, guys. I think this is going to be a big finish. 5 overs to go. It is 43 for 3. So 57 will be required off the last 5 overs of this game. Comparative scores. We know that Marlo, they were 35 with that loss at this stage, and they were really able to put something together. But they did have 10 wickets in hand at this stage, whereas Oeiras only have 7. Still some batting to come, of course. I think that's the man on strike. He will be the real indicator. If they lose him at this stage, it's a long way back. Hassan Mahmood, left arm slow mediums coming on. And he was pretty good as far as removing people in the 4th. Conrad did him for 2 4s as well. And he decides to go up and over, cover. He's probably lucky he doesn't quite get this. Ends up being a 1-hopper to the man on the boundary. And now they got a second. Well, that's not a good result for Marlo, as Conrad will get back for 2. So, yes, it's the extra run, but also I think that if Oeiras going to chase this down, they want Conrad Greenfields to face most of the deliveries to come, at least half. So you've got the opportunity there. If you can keep it to a single, you can dot up Junaid a couple of times and just ramp up the pressure on Greenfields. I don't want to get too Greenfields focused, but he's been that good for Oeiras. Now he hits this, but again, a bit fortunate. There's nobody patrolling the infield in that area. It'll just be a single. And despite the tension, a lighter moment there between Greenfields and Hassan Mahmood. This series has been played in very, very good spirit. Junaid unable to catch up with this one. He's a bit short of batting at the moment. And well, you wouldn't be human if you didn't have a few nerves at this stage in the final. Little things mattering. Okay, get some bat on this, but he won't beat the infield. They shy at the stumps. And now they're not going to get an extra. This time the fielder backing up comes in pretty quickly. Well, Hindi song in the chat saying, "Dear Marlo, please don't misfield and don't give extra run." Well, I'll pass that on. I'm sure that that message is being conveyed by the skipper, Najam Shazad, who's leading Marlo full time now after taking the reins from Mian Shahid. He had a really important role in shaping this side and their success. You see that Greenfield's still a bit risk averse with his batting. You feel like the time will come where he has to kind of take a few calculated risks. I know it's a difficult position for him. The rate's gone to about 12.5 now. They might as well go at this, and he's out. So it's a good over from Mahmood, who once again finishes the over with a wicket. So he was on target. Junaid, he just felt like it wasn't his day out there. They sent him up in at number 5, but he wasn't able to get too much going. He had a couple of close calls. This time he swings across this one from Mahmood. A little bit of seam movement in. Junaid is frustrated, but he's going to have to go for just 3. The score now 48 for 4 after 6. And so, yeah, frustration for Junaid Khan, but it will give someone else an opportunity to support Greenfields, who's up to 16 off 9. Keanu Nolan, hello to you. He said he's been lurking, and so he thought he'd come in the chat. Hello to you, nice to see you, and to Kitty as well, and Steve Cook and everybody else. Now, this is something that I've been watching, and I want to show it, because this is something special. We might see it at the trophy ceremony as well. It says Katja Butchamatsa, making a European Cricket Network cake. Well, thanks so much. And that looks absolutely delicious. I've got no idea how to eat it. I don't know if it's one of those ones you eat like a giant apple. I'm sure it'll be shared around, but I can't wait to get stuck into that after play. And thanks so much to the whole Butcher-Matza family for their hospitality. And to catch out, well done on the cake. I think it came out amazingly well. Side Mysom is going to bowl his second over here. They've still got 2 from Gondal. They've still got 1 from Shazad. So it's not going to be an easy 4 overs. Five singles and a wide. That's all that came off it. We haven't had a boundary now for 14 balls. Since Conrad Greenfields hit those back-to-back 4s. This one, a little bit of extra bounce from Mysom. And now we're seeing Conrad Greenfields getting a bit inventive. And I think the next 2 overs, they're going to determine this match. What they get in the next 2 will determine what they need in the last 2 and who they'll have in the last 2 to get these runs. Oeiras just stalling. Always a bit of a risk if you're going to chase, especially in the final. But they chose it. Remember Marlo at this position, they weren't actually this many. But they didn't have the pressure of the chase. This one just cramps. Greenfields for room. And now we're going to see Krut Patel. Well, he's a man that started the tournament as the opener, but had a couple of issues with illness and yeah, a couple of cheap ones. Saw him down in the middle order. What a good time for him to come good for Oeiras. But he's just really short of batting. That's the thing. And like I say, these last 4 overs, they're going to be bowled by very, very good bowlers. Krut, it's a fair bit of this one. Greenfields, well, this is really good by him. Fundamentals from Greenfield. This is what I see in his game. You see, he's got the bat in his correct hand. He goes straight away, he goes hard. And even though that's pretty much hit straight to the fielder, he does get down there for a run. He's pretty much at the stumps by the time this ball whistles in. No. I think it's go time now. It's up above 14. Greenfields, he's averaging over 100. He traded all for a win here. And he kind of fakes out Mysom with some fancy footwork. Hello to Rico, who's joined us. Hello, Rico. I hope you're well. I know that you're tuning in for the final. I know you're very busy in there, trying to get things organised at home before you rejoin me in about a week's time. Here's Mysom, a man we know very well. Slower ball, picked and hit well. Gets past the infielder, and that's 4. So, well, we saw a couple of turning points, didn't we, in the first innings? And once again, it's the misfield that does it. This isn't an easy one. I think it takes a tough bounce. But the result, 4 carreras. Nothing too wrong with the ball from Mysom. He's so good at hitting that block hole. but it just bounces the way that Asad Mahmood didn't go. So it's almost like a goalkeeper sent the wrong way. So frustration from Mysam. Is that the start of something for Oeiras? Kind of need 2 boundaries and over to stay in touch here. And there's one of them. It's the first boundary that we've seen for 17 deliveries. Now he just gets a bit funky. He wanted the leg side, but it didn't get the ball he wanted. And he was probably in even more than 2 minds there. You see, he sets up thinking he might be able to get something leg side and then changes his mind at the last moment. Frustration as the dot comes after the 4. Now, I think he's smart just to take the 1 and try and keep the strike. You feel like Greenfields has got to get on a run here if they're going to get close. It's the last ball for Mysam, who's only conceded 12 in his spell. And we'll get the 1. It's good cricket IQ from Greenfields. And even though they fumble, there's no way he's coming back, except when he walks back, because that's the end of the over. 7 overs down, now 55 for 4. 45 required in the last 3. Well, speaking of the Netherlands, these are the fixtures. It's a 6-day series, Monday to Saturday. We will be in the Netherlands, and that Sparta Cricket Club will be the host club. Be great to be back there. They're up first as well. Monday morning, get your case of the ECS back on, as they'll take on Voorburg in the morning session. Saland on ECS debut. We'll be taking on the defending champions Kampong. But we know that there's a lot of good players playing in that series. It all starts Monday morning, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India. Join us for another exciting week and another exciting location in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Hello to all of our Dutch viewers as well. I know a few are tuning in. Steve Cook likes to look at the cake. I have to agree with that. And CJ Sharp saying they wouldn't mind picking the seam on that cake. Well, you'll have to beat me to it. Just please don't use any saliva to shine the ball. Just make sure that it's on your plate first. So Gondal's coming on. He's got 2 to play. And this has been their go-to in ECS cricket. And, they're taking a while getting here, but they are going for Mysam and Gondal typically as the death bowlers. And so now I'll only get 1 here. Now Crute, it's a tough position. I mean, Crute's not the quickest between the wickets, that's for sure. It's kind of getting to that time where they need to take the occasional iffy to try and get Greenfields back on strike. Or KP could always come up with a flurry of boundaries. But he's just a little bit short of cricket at the moment. But there's a reason he was at the top of the order at the start of the tournament. He's very capable. He's a powerful man. Here he is facing Adnan Gondal. Gives him a bit of length and cut away. So, well, this one hits the stumps. Well, let's see what the result is. I felt he was home. He says he's given a thumbs up. Now, I feel he's home here, but I'm a long way away. We'll see when the throw comes in. He's made it. Still a really good piece of fielding. And normally, when you're on the field, you get the memo pretty quick. And they were overexcited. And, well, maybe they're just excited about the direct hit from side on. Should get extra points for that. But Greenfields, he judged the run well. And he survives. So at the start of this innings, we did a poll. And about 2/3 thought that Oeiras would chase the runs down. Probably feel like it's probably swung the other way now, because they've left their run very, very late. Again, it's too early for post-mortems, but in fact, they conceded 50 in the last 3 overs. I feel like that's coming back to haunt them at the moment. They shouldn't be chasing this many. So this is the contest that'll determine it. Gondal versus Greenfields, and this one gets past him. And so Greenfields just backing away. He wanted the leg side. Gondal hasn't bowled too many Yorkers today. He does like to bowl a heavy length. We saw that in the ECL as well. Can get it through. This one comes back at Greenfields, and he has to sway out of the way as he tries to deflect that one away. I think he'd be smarter staying in his crease or even going deep in his crease to Gondal, who has been bowling length today. I'll probably have the opposite tactics. Maybe back and across. Time to take a risk though. 43 off 15. He does, and it's going to be away from the keeper. It's going to be 4 and a lucky one. A deflection from Greenfields. So, I mean, these two know each other really well. And this one just up and away and over the keeper. And Greenfields, well, he's quick to go up to Gondal and say, well, you beat me all ends up there. And KP said, I'll take the runs. You just keep doing that. So now we're at the stage where you kind of need I'd say 12 to 14 runs and over in boundaries, which is very possible. We've seen Greenfields going at a very good strike rate during this series, but he's running out of time. It's a lot of work still to do. And now he plays an uncontrolled pull, which is cut off. So for me now, they don't want a one here. They have 13 balls to go. They'll have one more ball in this over from Gondal. For Krut Patel, you might as well try and hit a boundary. It's such a tough position for him to be in at this stage. Again, maybe I feel they're running out of batting, but yeah, this is a ball that is a bit of a bonus ball for Oeiras. And Krut can't catch up with it, so it'll be the end of the over. And a long way home now for the hosts. Oeiras, after 8 overs, they're 62 for 4, and Marlo, and they just seem to be experts at timing their run, don't they? I mean, last time we saw them not in great form early. They don't really like Mondays. I remember the ECL, they were bowled out for 33 on a Monday. And right now, they look in the box seat. We'll have to see something remarkable, and we're going to have to see it all happen in the 9th for Oeiras. Otherwise, you feel like Marlo once again will reign supreme in Portugal. Rico Full saying, yeah, I think they need to target the next bowler, be aggressive, and look for the balle. Well, that is true, Rico, and hello to you. I mean, not easy against someone like Gondal. And the thing is, in this innings, there's only been 2 double-digit overs. In the last 4, we've gone 6, 5, 7, 7. So pretty consistent, but not near where they need to be. Shazad versus Greenfields, captain on captain. Greenfields eyes off the leg side, and they need something special from their captain. And all he's able to do is drive it for a single. And you feel like they need to get it under 20, I suppose. I mean, I won't say it's impossible while he's still there, but he just hasn't quite been able to get on a roll. And also, to be fair, the bowling to him, it's up a notch, let's be honest, compared to some of the other bowling we've seen in the series. Krut swings and misses straight through this one. Greenfield saying, we'll go that way, because you know it's going to be on that side of the pitch. And right now, they're running out of time. Past the point of no return. Marlo firming his favourites here. This one's going nowhere. And Shazad will allow the leg by. So, Shazad, credit to him. I mean, a lot of hype about some of the player movements and some of the other teams. Of course, Corker 11 came hard at Marlo early in their campaign on Monday morning, on day 1. I've got a lot of time for this Marlo team. We saw them representing Portugal in the ECL recently. They'll be hoping to do that again next year. Greenfield's got to go now. And he does. And how much has he got? That's the question. Well, he does get a boundary. Nice. Lifted away into the gap. Again, not quite out of the middle. Again, not quite gone yet. Oeiras, they're going to need a big finish. But a big finish needs a big player. And Greenfields, he's been the outstanding player, in my opinion, in this tournament. And yeah, sure, there's been a lot of contenders, but he has delivered for his team. Don't need more of that. The issue is also, how does he score the boundaries and keep the strike? 32 off 8 now. He goes offside and slices away, and this will be 4 more. That doesn't quite carry. He would have been hoping that would carry. But in the end, he does get another boundary. And so gets the 4 he needs off that ball. Now, here's the awkward one. This is where you say, okay, well, take a single and keep the strike, but I don't think you can burn a ball here. I'm not trying to hit a boundary. You need 4 a ball. If you take a single, 27 is a lot to take off Gondal. I think you throw caution to the wind and go for it and hope you can scramble something maybe off a wide in the last over and get the strike back. Anyway, we'll see. He goes and he goes well. He gets 6. Maximo! Greenfields. Well, talk of the impossible chase. This is impossible territory. Shazad just shakes his head and said that was a good shot. He was in the slot, and Greenfields does get the 6. And he absolutely nails this one. So now he's on the run. He finishes 4-4-6. But is it too late? That's the question. And again, you just look at the runs that that Marlo were able to scramble in the last 3 overs. 20 came off the last and 50 came off the last 3 overs. So 22 off 6, but it's Krut Patel on strike. I would actually consider, see this first ball, I would actually consider maybe trying to find someone faster if you find himself at their non-striker's end, because then I think you're trying to keep Greenfields on strike at all costs. You've got to be innovative. Gondal, he'll be hoping he can put this game to bed. I think that even if Krut Patel misses this, they're going to have to run. Maybe Krut Patel can kind of stay at home and sacrifice himself to get Greenfields to the striker's end. You've got to be smart. It's 22 off the last over in Portugal. Here's Gondal. And it's going to be skewed, and this isn't a good result if it's caught. It is caught, and it's going to be a wicket, and I think that could be the final nail in the coffin as Gondal goes short, and Krut Patel goes with the pull stroke. He's laid on it. It's a good catch by Shan Malik, and what that's important for is that it means the new batter will have to be on strike. You see, they do cross comfortably, and again, under the regulations, they'll have to cross back, and that's the reward for taking the wicket, for taking the catch. And Greenfields, I feel like he's got that sinking feeling at the moment. He'll have to wander back to the non-striker's end. And that's 22 yards from where he wants to be at the moment. Well bowled by Gondal, reward for him. He bowled a very good first over, only conceded 7, and now he has a wicket, 1 for 7 for him, and the score is 78 for 5. Niju, just mentioning as well, that's what makes the difference in the new rule, and I think it's spot on. I know the Oeiras supporters will be hating it, but the value of the run wasn't that important there, or the value of the wicket. But what is important is that the new batter is on strike now. All right. I think there's just a bit of movement behind the sight screen, which is fair enough. I know the crowd's getting pretty boisterous, but I mean, it's important that you have stillness behind there. And so, where's the equation now? 22 off 5. Well, I think now you just hope for the best. You need to get Conrad down there. Nippo might as well have a go at it. He might get lucky, but he doesn't want to miss it. Basically, Greenfields needs to face the next ball after this. Nippo slices away, and it will be the 1. All right, here we go. So going all the way down to the last over. Gondal's pretty confident. He flashes the pearly whites and the thumbs up. This game's not done yet. 2 6s, 2 4s will tie it. And if this doesn't go to the boundary, then I think it's going to be a game over. Also, they probably have to go for 2 here. If they do, they'll get 19 off 3. I mean, it seems like a long shot, but you just got to go 1 at a time. We already saw Greenfields hit his last 3 balls to the boundary or over. So, boundary or bust for Oeiras. He does, and has he got it? He hasn't, and he's going to have to go. And Marlo, well, now they can taste it. And look, nice moment as well for Greenfields as he goes over and pats Gondal on the back, saying, hey, well done, you bowled well, and you can see why Marlo are such a tough team to beat. They just keep coming at you. They found a way to get to 99 in the first innings. And Amandeep, who's been a really good addition to their side, he takes the catch. And once again, I know that there's a lot of rivalry and competition between these teams, but you also got to hand it to these characters because they do play the game in the right spirit. So you do feel that's the one that kills the game. And Miguel Stoneman, well, he's a good young player. And I know they got after him in the 10th, and he probably didn't quite execute his death bowling skills as much as he would have liked. But I hope that he's not discouraged because he's had a really good tournament. He's out there with the bat now. He'll be facing up. And Gondal, well, credit to him. His last 5 balls have been 1 dot, wicket, 1 wicket. And now he gets the big one of Greenfields, who does get 43 off 23 in the final, but he just doesn't get a lot of help here. In fact, no other Oeiras batter has reached double figures. So now, Gondal just needs to keep it straight. Michael Daub saying deserved winners now. Well, no doubt about it. I mean, to be the best, you got to beat the best. And Marlo have been the best in Portugal over the last couple of years, no doubt about it. Stoneman will just push and he'll get a run here. Miguel Stoneman this is. So Nippo will get the chance. And Oh, I know it's hard. It's a long time before the circus rolls around into town again. And again, we might have a night series later in the year. I think that would be great if we do get back to Portugal. Another opportunity for some silverware for all of these teams and players that we've seen, and perhaps some of the new ones as well. But when it came down to it, Marlo, they've just found a way. They say winning's a habit. And they're going to get over the line. And Oeiras, they're going to kick themselves, particularly those 20 in extras in the first innings. Right now, they're 20 short of the target. Gondal comes in, a dot ball. And yeah, you just feel that the life's been sucked out of this game now. And I'm sure that Oeiras are hurting. But Marlo, look, credit to them. They have been ecstatic. They have had a really good day. They didn't lose a wicket in the semi-final. They went through 7-1 in the group stage. They swept aside Friendship, and then this morning, Punjab CC. Now, Oeiras, the host, they have provided stiff competition, but ultimately, it will be Marlo that will get the job done. Here's the last ball from Portugal. Well, it's not, because it's a wide, so we'll have to do that again. Oh, well, why not? And look, credit to everybody, and thanks to all the helpers, the ground crew, particularly everyone at the club here for making us feel so welcome. We love coming to Portugal. Medadab said it earlier today. We're made to feel part of the Portuguese cricket family. And that's 4 trophies to Marlo coming up after this ball. Thanks to all of our viewers as well. Make sure you join us on Monday, because we do have more cricket coming away. Also, the trophy ceremony. We'll be out there presenting the trophy, so stick around for that. But now, here's the last ball. And it will be hit by Nippo for what looks to be a boundary. But it will be Marlo that will once again be champions, as they will win this one by 14 runs. And there wasn't much in it. 2 champion teams, but only one could raise the trophy in the end. Match 48, the final. And it is Marlo 99. It's Oeiras 85. And congratulations to Marlo. There they are. And why wouldn't they be ecstatic? And you know, a lot of chat, like I said, about how even this competition is, and that's for sure. I mean, every time Marlo have won, I think it's been a stronger competition. And you see a lot of good feelings between the teams. And, you know, in the end, cricket's the winner, I think, in this 2 weeks. We're seeing a lot of entertainment, but at the end of 48 matches, it's Marlo. Once again, they win their 4th trophy on the European Cricket Network. Congratulations to them. Just a reminder, we do have the trophy ceremony coming up. And hopefully you can join us for that as we salute the champions. Marlo, once again, they are the champions here on ECN, and worthy champions at that. And led by their captain, Najam Shahzad. Again, even he personally wasn't able to contribute with the bat in this final. He had a bit of help, and his opposite number didn't. And then they really put on a good defence job. And Marlo, well, they are thrilled once again. They are the winners here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series, just like they were 6 months ago when we were here. And it was Fighters CC. They beat in the final on that occasion after sweeping aside Gorkrat in the semi-finals. And they will be the winners. And they will get the trophy coming up very, very shortly. So stay with us as we go to the highlights. And it was an even 100 needed. And Stoneman, well, we thought he might be the key as well. He was able to get this one away. A bit of a signature stroke. He's been playing shots all around the ground. And that one has a slight Tortuga. And Amandeep wondering what exactly had happened. And Stoneman just didn't have enough on this to get it over Saim Ali, who then went to go and pay the jungle a visit. That meant the 12th man came on. Waleed Amjad. Amandeep, he was able to grab that one. So redemption came pretty quickly. And so Greenfields came to the crease, but just felt he had a lot to do. He lost his regular batting partners in Badenhorst and Francois Stoneman early. As it's just some slippery business, but we did get the games here on finals day. Junaid Khan, he couldn't just get anything going again. He was a bit short of batting. And Tyron Peters, he's quite a character. I think the players love him as well. And we see more of him in the next couple of weeks. This one went the wrong way for Asad Mahmood. As Conrad, he was trying his hardest. In the end, he does strike 1 6 and 6 4s in his innings of 43 of 23. And there's his good friend, Najam Shahzad. He knows really well. This was a close call. It wasn't a really enthusiastic L from TP, and that's how you knew it was probably in, and sure was, as Greenfields, it was last man standing stuff really, as he was able to hit 3 consecutive boundaries, including that one, which was maybe the shot of the game. 6 over extra cover off Shazad, and then this is the first ball of the last. Crew Patel, who wasn't able to get the timing right on that, and Conrad just knew the mountain was climbing and he wouldn't be able to scale it in the end. Amandeep then removed Greenfields, and then you knew that it was done. And look, already you see such competition, but cricket once again is on the up and up in Portugal. And once again, Marlo, they are the champions of the Fancode European Cricket Series, which will continue into the Netherlands, as we will be here on Monday for you on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and also on Fancode.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Recanto escalabitano, rico de história e espiritualidade. Azulejo que a tua história proclama, que enche de vida a mais bela cidade. Tejo que te banha e que a lesíria fortalece, brindando-nos de sabor que tão bem oferece. Campino, que te dá cor, movimento e união. Pelas mãos que sentem e sabem o melhor da região. Resiliência e união. Sendo a tua primazia, ruge de pulmões cheios a tua bela sinfonia. Santarém, de paixões, sabores e tradições. Santarém, de portas abertas ao futuro.
Hello, welcome back to the Santam Cricket Ground. Finals day Friday, Peacock Friday as well, but unfortunately the weather isn't too bright at the moment. We already had the Eliminator abandoned, which unfortunately meant it was the end of the road for the Lisbon Capitals, who finished in 4th place. So Oeiras have qualified for Qualifier 2, and they're waiting for this result with Qualifier 1 meant to get underway right now. But as you can see, still we have weather issues. We have had kind of a few bursts of sunshine, but there's also been very heavy rain in between. The covers are still on, and so we won't be able to get this match underway on time either. Again, all we can do is be patient, keep an eye on the bottom of the screen, and we'll give you any updates as they come to light. But we just watched the 2022 final, real thriller between Marlo and Oeiras, and so now we're just going to transport you 12 months into the future, in the past, if you know what I mean. And these two teams would meet again in the 2023 European Cricket Series final right here on the 7th of April. Once again, it was Marlo batting first. This time they won the toss and elected to bat. So we're going to take you back to the 2023 ECS final between Marlo and Oeiras, and hopefully we have some good news from the ground here soon. So we'll have to be patient. Until then, enjoy another ECN Classic.
Thank you to Mr. Maximo. It is time for the final. Well, there's a beautiful clubhouse here at the SCG. A few trophies, a few memorabilia, but there's a space. There's a space for one more trophy, and Oeiras are hoping that they can put a European Cricket Series trophy in that spot, and their clubhouse would be complete. Marlo, though, they want to get their hands on another one. This is going to be an absolute cracker. Marlo winning the toss and going to have a bat first. Can Amandeep Singh go back to what he was doing at the beginning of this series, and that was scoring loads of runs? He's on a run of 3 golden ducks at the moment, but the captain, well, he knows that form can come and go. Class is permanent. Can Amandeep Singh come back to form here? Somebody like Amir Ikram and Amir Ziyab become key as well. And then also, can Najam Shazad continue to get better? 101 to 99 in favour of Marlo. That's what the bat versus ball wall is saying. Let's get ready to rumble, as they say. This is it. This is the big one. The battle of bat versus ball. Junaid Khan will be opening the bowling. He was on fire in the semi-final. And both the openers bowled beautifully well. Junaid to go first. Amandeep Singh under pressure. And you can hear that, well, Oeiras know all about his form. Come on, give him another one. I think they're talking about another duck. Here we go. Here's the start of the final. The Fancode European Cricket Series. here in Portugal 2023. Marlo, well, they've got a very, very good run in finals in the European Cricket Series. They've won all the day finals, won one night final as well. There's Maximo, he's on his way back after the coin toss. He looks like a dwarf, doesn't he? He looks like a little man. Because that's a good shot of how high we are here in the middle. He looks tiny. He looks tiny. Oh yeah, okay, here we go. First ball is going to be a wide. And it looks like everybody on the field of play is a giant. And Mr. Maximo, well, nothing Maximo about him. He looked like a Minimo. Wide to start, first runs on the board. And this is clipped away, and he's off and running after 3 golden ducks. He's going to get a couple to his name. There's a sigh of relief, not just from him, Amandeep Singh, but also his bench. He's back. The thing is, though, how many will he get? But that will make him feel good. Oeiras making a lot of noise, trying to get under the skin of the batters. Just gets worked away. It's a little bit leg sided. She's done that a few times today, Junaid, where he just loses his shape a little and the ball goes down the leg side. Leg by signal. And we get a chance to see Amar Vikram. And I do like that Amandeep Singh is not shying away from responsibilities. Okay, last 3 innings have not gone well, but that was after one day where he scored 160 runs and he was just in awesome form. It's just the way it goes, but he doesn't shy away from it. He doesn't say, put me down the order. It doesn't say, I'll start the non-strikers then. He wants to be on strike. He wants a chance to get back in form. This one would have been close. Ikram running to the danger end. Nice pick up and throw. I think he probably just gets there. Conrad Greenfields. He'll be hoping that he can finally get his hands on a European Cricket Series trophy. Goes down the ground, it's catchable, and it's gonna be 4 runs. Well, it doesn't quite get here, and that's Brendan. Oh, what a big moment this is. Brendan Bendenhorst, he gets there, but, well, he doesn't get himself in the right position, and that's a big let-off. And Amandeep Singh, well, he needed a bit of luck. He gets a bit of luck, because that was a chance. He was on 2 at the time. So Amandeep, maybe his luck is about to change. He tries to clip this away. I think he gets a bit of bat onto it, or does he? Yep, bit of bat, says the umpire. So ball to go in the over. 10 have come off it so far. No, that was a big moment. Opportunity given by Amandeep, doesn't get taken. And this one has been swung at, is high up in the air, is going. And I think it may have just gone all the way, or does it just drop before the boundary, just before. And this is Grish Singh chasing after it. And yeah, 4 runs, 4 carreras. So 14 off the first. But they had the chance to take Amandeep. Remember, 267 he started the day with. Well, he started the day on 3 occasions on that score. But he's finally moved on. Amir Zihab is going to be key as well as Asim Sawa. Sawa hasn't really had the opportunities that I think he deserves, but he's still a big player. Conrad Greenfields touching on 350 runs in the series. Miguel Machado and Dani right up there as well. Both of them have passed 250. Wicket taker Junaid Khan, though he doesn't start well, he's got 14 to his name. And Francois Stoneman coming into the attack now has got 8 wickets. Here comes Faf. Short to Amandeep, up in the air, should be taken, and it will be taken. They get the big wicket. So Amandeep, though he gave a chance, He's been held when it matters, and that's a really good catch. It's Balwinder Singh who comes running in, kept his eye on it all the way, takes the catch. And Amandeep, though he does get a few this time, he's not able to make the most of the chance that he was given. He'll go for 7 off 5. Balwinder takes the catch, and the breakthrough comes from Francois Stoneman. So, and Shahid, the captain, he'll go out there. He just doesn't get under this at all. And a very good, very well judged catch. And nicely done by Balwinder. Mian will probably back himself to try. I think his role is to try and really get going in the power play. We haven't seen too much from him, to be fair. But he doesn't want to change system. He's sticking with it the same way he did in their semi-final. And, this is bad, I think. Yeah, you can see there from Nilkesh Patel. That's good umpiring. That diffuses the appeal by saying, no, it's bad on that, and he's absolutely right. It's a good delivery from Faf Stoneman. I really have liked the way he's worked on his line. He's worked on his bowling. He's eradicated a lot of the extras that he was bowling. Now he's bowling some good stuff with good shape, wicket to wicket, getting the ball to swing. And this one's a little bit short, and he latches onto this quickly. Cuatro Carreras goes for the short one again, but the difference between this one and the one that he bowled to Amandeep, the one to Amandeep was right at him. This one, he just gives Mian Shahid, the captain of Marlo, a little bit of width, and he's onto it quickly. 4 runs. Score moves to 18 for 1. Captain won the toss, wanted to bat. Now he needs to get the runs on the board for his side. It's nicely played as well. Better length. Gets worked away. Yeah, nicely fielded. No issues there at all. Oeiras, as you'd expect them to do, making a lot of noise. The other home team got a lot of good support here as well of Oeiras. You'd expect that. A lot of people watching from all areas of the ground, wherever they can find some shade really at the moment. Go short, it's a big swing from Ikram. Swing and a miss. And that's one thing with Marlo, they're not going to shy away, they're not going to take the conservative approach. They're going to swing. If they get the runs on the board, so be it. If they get out, so be it. And they'll just say, they'll believe that the next batter can come in and get them going. There's more of the same, another big swing, and that will be the end of the over, and it's a good one from Faf Stoneman. One boundary does come off it, but he keeps it to 5, and he does pick up a very important wicket, that of Amandeep Singh. The 2 overs complete, and the score is 19, and a fine time to welcome back into our comedy box here, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, nice to be back. So, yeah, we're a spill one, but they catch one. This is not an easy catching ground, I tell you, of all the grounds I've been to. Because it is kind of curved, just throws out everything, all the constants that you expect on a cricket field. But yeah, anyway, honours even for me so far. Junaid with an over to bowl. They do like to bowl him early because he does swing the ball. So here is the start of 3rd over. And Shahid drives and drives pretty well. It's going to be 4. And here's the thing about Mian Shahid. He's a fairly traditional batter, so he'll play through the V, through the arc. And again, to get something slightly over pitched from Junaid, and yeah, beautifully stroked through the offside.
That's a lovely shot, isn't it? He creams that. Timing and placement was good as well. Junaid just over pitching. Mian Shahid is onto it like a flash.
Junaid didn't get that bend back into the right hander on that occasion, did he? Oeiras, they'd be fairly comfortable, I think, chasing something like the 100, even 100, 110, you'd imagine. This one's worked away to the leg side. This is struck pretty well as well. It's going to be 4 more. Cuatro Carreras más, back-to-back boundaries. And it's the skipper getting things moving for Marlo.
This is such a good shot. It's a little bit of a Dilwinder sing about that one. He just whips it away. It's all wrist and arm action. Keeps his head nice and still. That's the key to it. Nice shot. So Junaid under a bit of pressure, but once again he goes full. You see, I think he needs to get a little bit short and outside the off.
Oh, he gets lucky, and he's going to get a boundary. This could have easily crashed into the stumps. That's the luck factor, but it's a third boundary on the spin from Mian. But this one, it was a lucky one.
Yeah, very lucky. Well, he goes for the woodwork again. That's Junaid, and he thought he was going to get through, but Mian gets an inside edge onto it, and he will go all the way to the boundary. So the first 3 balls of this second over from Junaid have all gone to the boundary. The score probably moves up into the 30, so it's pretty healthy. Looks like it'll be a sort of even Steven power play, but if Oeiras can get another wicket, I think they'll believe that it belongs to them.
Yeah, so they get it 1 now. But, yeah, pretty even. Let's not forget what happened, though, a year ago in the final where Marlo made 99, and you felt it was a toss-up at that stage. Probably wasn't as free scoring as it has been this year. But Oeiras, they fell just short, scoring 85 in the chase, despite the efforts of Conrad Greenfields, who top scored with a 40-odd. When they met earlier in this series, 6 runs between them. This has worked away on the leg side, and this is timed very, very well. Maximo! Ikram goes large. Junaid brought back in the third, but he's been expensive. That was just all hands, wasn't it? Amir Ikram lifts it up over the leg side.
That's a really good shot. Junaid takes a pace off this. It's a slower delivery. Takes a pace off and puts it right up there. You wanted to see what Ikram does. Can he hit straight or not? Oh, he can. And he goes big. 6 runs.
Last ball of the power play then. Ikram's looking dangerous. This time's a bit of length on it, but it's more or less a top edge. It's hanging, and it's... Oh, he's dropped at the last moment. Well, he had that Balvinda. He had it for all money, and it just slipped out as he was falling. And because he was turning, he could never kind of get his eyes on the ball again. So that's a big let-off, isn't it? Junaid created the opportunity, but Oeiras couldn't hang on.
Well, this is a big moment. Balvinda has been pretty good for them. This one actually, it actually goes behind his head, and he turns his head, and he still almost gets a crack of catching it.
It like sits on the back of his neck for a second.
Watch
Look at
this.
It pops up, and it knocks his cap off, and then kind of rolls around the top of his scone. And yeah, he just couldn't locate it again.
Cap?
Yeah, he tried to catch his hat or his sunglasses here. Look, he sees something, he wants to catch it.
He doesn't.
Oh,
I think it's just a shadow. He doesn't know if it's a ball. He doesn't know if it's his cap. He doesn't know if it's his shades. Everything gets ejected. The cap comes off. The shades comes off. But the ball goes down. A big moment. And that was 40 at the end of 3 overs. And that's one thing that we've said, you know, about Oeiras. More on that after this from Badenhorst. This one gets swung at the miss. The keeper will have a shy, will he? And he gets in! Oh, that is sensational! What a piece of work this is from Miguel Machado. Incredible. It's a wicket from nothing. And, well, they dropped the catch. They dropped an absolute clanger. But now they get the man. Oh, this is just unbelievable. You got to say, this is what it comes down to. You got to run hard. Machado gets it. Takes the glove off, he aims, he shoots, he fires, he knocks him over. Amazing, sensational. The match, it was looking in favour of Marlo. They were looking flat with those 2 catches that went down, but then they've come back with a bit of magic.
Yeah, and he had to do everything perfectly, didn't he? Picks it up, goes the long way, and he guns him down. So, well, sometimes a fumble's a good fumble, isn't it? And he's got a powerful throwing arm. He's normally a really good fielder. And, well, that was no exception. Bit of outfield work from the man behind the stumps, and a bit of magic because he got lucky before. That time he gets a bit unlucky, but nothing lucky about the work from Machado. Have a look at that. Keeps his eyes on the ball. One hand pick up. He's still holding his other glove, and I think that Ikram knew if that hit he was a goner.
Yeah, I mean, he changes the way he runs slightly as well. When the next one gets blasted out of here for 6, it's all happening thick and fast, the action here. You haven't got a moment to look away. Well, that's a biggie. Well, the El Capitan says, I'm not worried. I'm still here. And he hits this big for 6. In the meantime, Amir Zihab, the Rock, has come out to join him.
Yeah, you got the Rock out there. He'll be part of the international setup over the weekend, Amir Zihab. Badenhorst
He needs to sort it out and quick here. This is a thick edge and gone. So Macy takes the catch straight to the puppy and Shahid 24 and out. Oeiras, you don't have to be perfect, you just have to be good enough, and they hang in this contest 46 for 3. Badenhorst with the wicket.
Well, how things can change. I mean, you know, before all of this effort, all this happened, I was just about to say that Oeiras in other matches, they've dropped catches and they've got lucky. Will they get lucky in this one? Because this is where it counts. Maybe those drop catches, the one from Badenhorst and also the one from Balwinder when he dropped Ikram on 11 could hurt them. And before I could even say it, it's Ikram. He only adds one more to his tally when he gets run out brilliantly by Machado. And now Mian, well, he guides this straight into the hands of Macy, who takes the catch. And just like that, this match is wide open again.
Yeah, absolutely wide open. Ajam Shahzad comes to the crease. That's the thing about Marlo, though. They're going to keep coming at you. They've got a lot of good hitters.
We are transmitting till UPS goes down.
So we just, unfortunately, had a power outage. And I know it's one of those hot days. But, yeah, Machine Gun Machado says the robot in the chat. Robot tuning in for the final. And, yeah, little robot saying deserves to dish out a few run-outs, seeing he's collected so many. Well, that's a tough one, but it's true. Yeah, so hopefully they can sort this out pretty quickly, because it's a bit of a momentum buster, isn't it? Yeah, looks like they are going to continue here. No, they're not, because they have to sort out this power issue, because we want to make sure we have all the replays, everything available.
Yeah, looks like we may be just coming back here. I saw something spark back to life.
Yeah, we had a temporary issue earlier in the day, but it was resolved pretty quickly. So, we're back. And I like it doesn't interrupt the flow of the game too much.
Well, what a match. We've just seen wickets, 2 of them fall so quickly. But now I wonder if this hesitation, he could be gone, could be another. Oh, he misses.
Oh, how'd he miss?
He misses and the ball is going to go to the boundary. Oh, that's going to be 4 runs. How does this become 4? It's the craziest 4 you'll ever see. Well, after all the good work.
It's going to be a 5. Oh, can you believe what you're seeing here? And again, he shouldn't have missed in the first place. Picks it up. He was gone, I think, for all money. But he underarms it away from the backup fielder, goes straight under him. So a 5-chunger.
Wow, this is just craziness. This match, well, what's going to happen next?
Wow. Now it's going to be Zaib who will get 1. So Shahzad off the mark with a 5. What a disaster. You got to just shake it off. I mean, it sounds easy. Yeah, but Shahzad gets the 5. Zaib faces the next ball, gets 1. So we'll catch up in a minute.
We'll catch up with those scores in a minute. I think the score now is probably be 51, I believe. We'll get that updated in a moment. Good delivery, Yorker length, well bowled, but well played as well.
You gotta, it sounds sociopathic, but you gotta be kind of ice cold, keeping your emotions in check here. Okay, you've given away a few, but Badenhorst comes back, does well to jam that Yorker in. So let me give you a count at the end of the over. I've got it as 53 for 3 after 4.
Well, in terms of the rate, I don't think Marlo are going to be too disappointed. They'll be disappointed the way they lost last weekend. I think me and Shahid as well. I mean, he goes for the shot, doesn't he? But he plays it straight to Macy rather than opting to go the downward approach. But it's the way he plays. He's an aggressive player, so he's not going to change the way he goes.
Got to say, I'm loving, so just quickly, the chat. Got the Nowhere Kid. He's tuning in from New Zealand. He's the #1 Alex Macy fan. He said, that's our boy Macy. And Santos just mentioning that we've got our 100th tournament tomorrow. Hello, Santos. Thank you for your input. Yeah, the Nowhere Kid said I should start filming it on my phone. I might be out of data pretty quickly if I did that. Anyway, here's a guy bowled really well in the semi. Girish Singh coming on to bowl over number 5.
Gets hit pretty well and well fielded by Junaid. Yeah. It's more than just an opening bowler, isn't it, Junaid? I mean, he's not your typical opening bowler who will bowl hard and then, you know, you've got to hide him in the field. He's a key cog for them as well in that position there at long off. He takes some great catches there.
You see, you've got the keeper up to the stumps. That's Nice bit of work from Machado, looking confident back there. But yeah, you're exactly right what you said. Run rate's good, isn't it? And it's not like they're running out of batting anytime soon. So these two done some fairly good things at international level as well. Maybe they both took part in the ECC back in 2021. And they came up with some key partnerships there. This is well bowled though. I think that Geary just keeps it pretty simple, doesn't he? Tries to get it up there, one side of the wicket, fairly full, but not too full. And so you need to do a bit of a holding job. Oeiras, again, fielding's important. Button Horse had a bit of a mare, missing that one on the long off boundary that went for 4 and then giving away 4 overthrows, but he's still got an important role to play with the ball when we see him again. Well, this is a false shot hanging in the air. Don't think anyone can reach it though. So there's no infielder on the leg side. Often there isn't. And so that was a bit of a lucky one for Najam Shahzad, who he just hasn't quite been himself. I think it might just be a lack of cricket he's played over the last few months, but he's a guy that if he turns it on, he can really score quickly.
Yeah, don't forget he only started playing, the last few games when he's come back into the side. This is going to be another one. Really good take, though, from Miguel Machado.
I love
what
this.
A good take.
Look at the sideways move. Look at the big lateral movement he gets to make that easier rather than just throwing the hands at it and hoping that it sticks. You can see the field there. No infielder in front of square on the leg side, so they've got those outfielders protecting that area. Giri Singh, though, he won't mind a wide out that side. He's just trying to bowl that offside channel. This one's a bit straighter. Goes to one of the 2 fielders in the circle. Another wild throw comes in. And that time, Button Horse does have it backed up. But I want to just say hello to Jeff Maguire as well, who's joined us, saying Happy Easter. Happy Easter to you.
Hello, Jeff.
Hello to all those observing Ramadan as well. Is everyone celebrating Easter this weekend? Plenty to celebrate as well.
Shahzad, can he get going? Well, he gets a wide one here, but that one's okay. That one sneaks inside, and that's exactly what Giri Singh is trying to do. And that's why I don't mind him trying to execute it, because when he gets it right, it ends up being a very vital dot.
He's a lucky one, though. That one definitely touched the line, and Malik lets the bowler have it. So, last ball, the 5th coming up. What a contest we've got here in the final. It looks like a slight slow ball. Pins his ears back leg side. Should be handled. It is by Faf Stoneman eventually, and it takes us to the end of 5 overs. To a ball pace at the moment, Marlo are 60 for 3. Want to welcome everyone into the Spider Cube here. We've just got today and tomorrow together, of course, because you'll be heading to Cyprus on Sunday. I'll be here finishing the ECIs. But, I mean, it is chaos. It always is chaos, isn't it? Especially in a final, you're going to see a few things that you wouldn't expect to see. And these are moments, aren't they? I mean, just check out Badenhorst here off his own bowling. Did everything right and almost created a run out, and really should have hit him in the end. It went all the way for 4 overthrows. We'll bring that in a second. But yeah, thanks for tuning in and stay tuned, because we've got more coming up. Here is Button Horse right now, coming back for his 2nd over. He gets whacked away to the leg side, and it's going to be a wicket. Well, that's how quick your day can turn around. Shahzad, he got lucky last over, elevating into the leg side. This one wasn't as high, but it was a bit of a laser beam down to Faf Stoneman, who does the rest at 60 for 4. Big man gone.
What a catch. He's taken some catches out there, has Faf Stoneman. He really has. And as a batter, you're going to think you're a little bit unlucky because he's hit it to one place where a fielder can get to. But look at that as a catch. I mean, that is absolutely sensational. No wonder he's pumped. He should be pumped. That is an amazing bit of work. And Badenhorst, well, he'll get the wicket credited to him. But this, for me, is all about the fielder. That is a sensational catch. Absolutely brilliant.
So have a look at this. This is Badenhorst earlier on. It was a bit of a crazy one. Got under the backup fielder. Ended up being the most powerful underarm you've ever seen. There's a dust storm everywhere. So we had that one. And again, frustrating. But you don't have to be perfect. You just have to be good enough. And it's nice to see him coming back with a wicket. Faf Stoneman takes a very good catch. And Badenhorst, 2 wickets in the final.
What a catch. What a catch.
Yeah, not an easy one at all. And Faf Stoneman, a very good fielder. Fielding's going to be important. Like I said, they're going to set high standards. They work on it a lot. Big moment in the final.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming I mean, the way it started, it was not going well, was it? When the power play ended with 40, and now they're coming back into it. But still, Marlo, they'll just keep swinging. They go all the way down to the wire. They know that the runs are there. They're just going to keep playing the shots.
Sawa is very powerful as well. So, yeah, I still feel they're about 2 to 3 wickets away from worrying Marlo about wickets lost. I think these guys are going to come out. They're going to be confident. They're going to go for their shots. I mean, Sawa, he could easily open the batting for them.
Yeah.
He's good enough. And he's coming in around half the innings to go. Badenhorst, he's done well just kind of staying on task here. This one, though, leg side. A bit scared to run on this from Machado. I didn't even mind that run that they took on him before, because it has to be a perfect piece of fielding to get you out, but it was a perfect piece of fielding from Miguel.
It was magnificent, and so far, it could be the game. Well, for me, so far, it is the game-changing moment. It really is. And it's what sparked Oeiras back into the match, because it came at a time, Vinny, when they needed it, because we just saw, I mean, okay, Badenhorst put the catch down of Amandeep, but Amandeep, he only added 4 more, I think, before he went. But I think dropping Ikram and Balwinder Singh dropping it, and the way he dropped it, and at 40 for 1, he just saw that Oeiras just started to get deflated, but it only lasted a ball or two, because a moment of magic changed everything.
Yeah, it did. He whips this one away inventively, and it's partially knocked down by Balwinder. They're going to take on a 2, and they'll get there. More powerful throw. Might have had Zaib searching, but will be a couple of runs. Good stop, though. I mean, still, if that beats the field and he doesn't get a touch, it runs away to the boundary.
Yeah, that's one thing. That's why Conrad Greenfields is always talking about standards, maintain standards, give 110%, because then they make stops like that, which saves 2 runs.
Back cut this time. Finds Macy. It'll just be a single. I want to say to everyone that's enjoying it in the live chat as well, I mentioned the robot had a bit to say before. Hello to Azif Salim as well. It's Chris Smith. Keanu's there as well. Shrugs there. Yeah, Jeff saying that he's having a good time. Saying that South African 19-year-old all-rounder helping me coach at 22 schools and the junior section. That's good. You're doing so much to improve cricket. Jeff, this is a bit of a shot from the hip, isn't it? From Sawa, goes large. Maximo. Badenhorst has been pretty good at staying on target, but this is just a step hit ball. It's a bit of a risky shot to go across the line, but he's got such a good eye. He gets 6 for his team. End of the over as well. It's 71 for 4.
That's his shot, though, isn't it? That is his shot. We're going to see him do a lot of this. He just basically shows his stumps, and he wants the bowlers to go for him, and then he gets that shot in. It's something that Oeiras will know as well. They'll have a plan against it, but look, once again, wickets are falling, but in terms of the rate they've got, they won't be too unhappy about this.
So 24 for Mian Shahid, top scorer so far. No one's faced 10 balls in the innings. That's the thing. They found a way to get out early. And now Alex Macy's going to bowl. So this is a huge moment in the final as well, because Macy, he's the guy they turn to as their 5th bowler. So you're probably going to get 2 overs from him. Let's see what he delivers. Bowled well earlier today. He's got his hands full with Zaib. This is in the air, and it's dropped technically, but Miguel Stoneman, he does well to kind of knock this down. He throws the left hand at it, saves 3 runs, but yeah, it would have been 4. Would have also been an outstanding catch if it had stuck.
Yeah, look, it would have been outstanding. He does extremely well to get a hand to it, but you know, I think you have to turn around and say, it's a chance it gets dropped. That's 4 on the spin that he's dropped now.
That's a harsh one to call a drop, though. Macy gets it wrong. Just having to deal with the left-hander. Well, Machado again. He's going to go the long way. Oh, this was so close to lightning striking twice.
Oh, how close is this? Just watch this. Maybe we can slow this down, Andrews. Oh, this was so close. I mean, he's not able to take it because of that awkward bounce. The non-striker's away, and the striker, I think he would have been gone. He would have been gone. Look at this.
Top. Too powerful.
Wow.
He just releases it so quickly. Now, a bit of normality, or is it? Because it could be another run-out chance, and if that hits, that was out as well. So, yes, Stoneman, not a bad effort again. You know, you wouldn't necessarily expect these to be direct hits, but they're dicing with danger at the moment, Marlo, with her running.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's almost like they're saying, well, look, we just keep chancing arm. If we're not getting a boundary, we want something from every ball. That's the philosophy that Marlo are applying here.
Macy needs to adjust for the lefty now. does. Machado. I can probably afford to go up a step or two. I think there's been too many balls. I know that a lot of them are slower balls, but
yeah,
I think he's not getting beaten for pace that often, so maybe he could go up a metre or two and try and negate that second bounce.
Yeah, I think maybe with somebody like Macy, he could even stand up.
Yeah, he's probably good enough to stand up. Might throw Macy, though. That's the only thing. Again, leg side. Let's do another double bouncer. That's called. Yeah, so Macy just struggling with that adjustment, left-hand, right-hand combination. This is such a good game. Right now, 117 pace or so. What do we think in the chat? What I like about Machado and his throwing is he gets his feet in a great position to pick up the ball and throw it quickly. So now Macy will grab this one and allow a single. Yeah, so that's why he's created those opportunities. And that one literally went over middle stump. I think it would have been crazy to see two of those in the one innings.
It was so close, Finn. It was so close. Okay, Sawa hands the strike back to Amir Zahib. Two big men out there, and I mean big men. They're big units.
Now loses it down leg side. Still has to be made. It is. So he gets a bit lucky there, Macy. It only goes for a single. That could have easily been flicked away to the boundary. I think Shrug wants to know the extras count. I mean, we've had 8 wides and leg by. So look, it's not disastrous. I suppose it helps that none of them have gone for 5 wides, I suppose. But yeah, it's been a little bit off from time to time. Sawa deep in the crease. Edged. Oh, maybe not. I heard a noise there. But it was just, I think, the click of the bat as it went past. Definitely heard a little something, but
I think it's the ball on the bat, probably just catching the bit of the pitch.
So I'm going to take back my edge and say it wasn't edge, and it's the end of the over, and it is 78 for 4 after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow with international action. For the first time, T10 internationals from Portugal. Portugal taking on the Netherlands and Gibraltar. Portugal have a big program. They're the team that has to play 4 times on day 1. The other two teams will play 3 times. Join a slightly later start time, 8:45 GMT, which is 10:45 in Central Europe. 2:15 PM in India for that 9-match international T10 series, of which 5 of them are tomorrow. My last day with you for a little while, until a couple of weeks when we finish Cyprus together. All right, here we go. And they're going to go back to Girish Singh. Kind of cramps him for room. So, yeah, you've got Girish to bowl 1. You've got Faf Stoneman to bowl 1. You've got Macy to bowl 1. Macy, in the end, was a little bit off, but his over only went for 7. So they couldn't get a boundary. They had, what is that? They had 4 singles, and then there were 3 runs in wides. So that's not a bad over at all.
It's a good over, actually, in that concept. These two batters looking to get going. And one thing that I've noticed that from both these batters, they've been a bit unlucky. They've played some nice shots, but have found the fielders.
This is wide and called. I was just thinking why Machado maybe wasn't keeping up to Macy, and maybe it is that he's not super confident about Alex getting the control right. So if you're worried that there's going to be a lot of balls speared down the leg side, for example, to the left-hander, then you, as a keeper, you're putting yourself under pressure, even though you fancy yourself to make those blocks. But the last thing you want, it's a momentum-busting 5 wide. That really hurts. Girish, though, he's a bit more confident that he's got the control to stand up to. This time he goes, and he's going long, and it's out of here. Maximo! Standard delivered job from Asim. He just takes this off length. Wasn't the worst ball ever from Girish, but it's a powerful strike down the ground. Marlo hit back.
Yeah, it's a slow ball, but it's just a tad short. And one shot that Azim Sawa can play really well is this one. If it's in that zone, in the swing zone, it's gone.
Got to get a bit fuller to him. Don't give him anything he can get under. This time, he doesn't quite get it out in the middle, but it was there to hit, to be honest. Dragged down to long on, just a single.
So where we're looking at, I mean, 110 maybe, but it can, if these two really get the acceleration, it can go to the 125, 130 mark.
Yeah, 112 pace at this rate. This is a hit down the ground. It's going to test the fielder. Comes around to his left, and it's going to be 4. I think that's gone off the fingertips of Greenfields, who was certainly distracted by the fielder coming the other way. It hung in the air a long time. I've got this as 4. Let's have a look at it on the replay.
Yeah, I mean, they're both field. Greenfields is having a look at Junaid because he's getting set for it, and Junaid probably just puts him off a little bit. I think he does that go? I think just before the rope.
I think that's 4. Yeah, I saw it right the first time.
Well, they're giving 6 here, Vinny. I've seen 6 being signalled. So
Is that 6?
well,
I don't think so. Oh, that's worth another look.
they're going to go. I think they've looked at it a few times and gone with it. And this one, see, they're the sort of deliveries that I think Marlo have missed out on because they're there for. One's been clipped and it went straight to the fielder, but a few other times they missed out on it.
Did it hit the rope? Is that the question? I mean, oh yeah, maybe it hits the rope. Maybe that's what they think, it's hit the rope there. That's a pretty good shot of it. So maybe it does hit the rope. So yeah, that's why we thought it bounced inside, but it's obviously hit the rope. So 6 given, looks correct to me. Last ball over the over. Steps away and he hits, but does he beat the fielder? He does not. And Greenfields this time can just stand and take the catch. So again, it's an emotional roller coaster through the first 8 overs. Marlo, they've lost 5 wickets, but they have hit 94 for 5 after 8. Girish Singh breaks through with a wicket.
Yeah, well, Girish, nice, easy, comfortable catch this time by Conrad Greenfields. He makes no mistake. Hits it pretty well, doesn't he? But once again, we see, again, a batter getting in, gets going, and then gives his wicket away. Look at Oeiras there. They all come together. You're talking Conrad Greenfields, talking to his players, saying, come on, I want one big effort here. 12 deliveries to come, big effort. End of that over, 94 for 5.
By seeing the line flatten out, you can kind of see where they're heading. So right now, it's the kind of 115 to 120 if that line doesn't move too much. I want to say the robot said he's very excited with the new format of the ECS finals on a Friday and then ECI matches on Saturday and Sunday. Today is amazing and the next 2 days will be amazing. And he might want to go buy a thesaurus robot, but he said actually the second amazing was meant to be awesome. But anyway, that's autocorrect for you. And yeah, Girish, he's going to step aside. They're going to go to a 6 bowler now. Balwinder is getting over number 9. So they're not going back to Macy. Maybe they felt he just didn't have the control for this situation.
Well, I think he bowled really well. Only
Yeah.
7 maybe they're holding him back for the last.
But they've got Faf Stoneman to bowl last, so they try Balwinder. That's a really good stop from Badenhorst. Nice to see him continuing to throw himself around in the field. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, the other thing is that you've gotten rid of the left-hander, which was causing him some of the issues. But Balwinder, I mean, he's earned his right to get a bowl here in the final.
Yeah, but there's that example again. Leg side delivery, would have been a wide, they play it, hit it well, but straight to a fielder. That's happened about 3 occasions. So just to bear that in mind, if those had all gone to the boundary, we would have seen probably the 105, 112 already on the board. So little things like that can make a difference. Bit of fun there with Faf to the 12th man. So balls are wide, just gets the single. So side Sam to face his first.
Well, gets a little bit of length on this one. And again, loving that kind of commitment in the field. Look, the other thing, bowling a different bowler, if you feel that, say, Macy and Balwinder are about the same, then there's pros and cons. The pro is Macy's bowled already, but it's also a con because they've had a look at him. So Balwinder's just a new bowler to kind of get used to. If they're confident he can do the job, it's not a bad thing to go to another option. This is on a length, hit away. Again, well handled by Faf Stoneman. Yeah, so are we able to, I would have probably gone with the known of Macy, who's already kind of into his stride, but I think Balwinder, the proof will be in the pudding. At the moment, he hasn't been hurt. We got away with one that was down the leg side, like you said.
Thing is, what do you do here as this one? It's going to be a dot. What would you do? Would you go now with the last over with Faf, or would you go with Macy?
I'm going with Faf. Yeah? I think he's an international bowler that bowls the 10th over now, and that was the plan. He bowled 1 for 5 in his first over when he bowled in the second. So I think we've probably seen the last of Alex with the ball. Now,
he's running nowhere. He's running nowhere.
And so, yeah, it's a simple one, really. Mysom's going to have to go. A bit of a horrendous day, really, for the bat. Could never find too much touch. And I think that Syed Mysom runs here thinking he's beaten the bowler, but he hasn't. So even though, I mean, you can argue it's his call, I think the non-striker had a sense of what are you doing. At least wait till it gets past the bowler before you run, because if the bowler fields it, they're going to be in a big trouble. And Balwinder, he does the rest, doesn't he? Easy take for Machado.
Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work. That's why they all come together. Every single player, every time the wicket come together, they get a talk, they G each other up, and they go back to the mark. Well, this is it here. There's never a run there.
Yeah, there's not. And I think Syed wishes he hit it better than he did, but he didn't. And so it's a very simple one.
Great over so far.
He's saying, all right, come on, let's go. And yeah, I think if a look could say words, Zaib is saying that's a bad decision. So it's probably fair that Meissen is run out for that error of judgment instead of his partner. 97 for 6. So, it's been a masterstroke bringing Balvinder on. I mean, no matter what happens this ball, because there's only 3 off this over so far. Comes up with a run out. It's Gondal he has to deal with. And this could be gone as well,
I think he's out.
So, yeah, Machado likes it. They've gone upstairs. I mean, look to me. Didn't get the bat down. So if the foot's out, he's going to be out. Let's have a look at it on the replay, thanks to Spring Productions. And, well, is he back or not? Well, I think the bat's back, actually. Wow, after all that, he's going to be in.
I think he is, though. I don't think the big thing is not that he's not out. That's not a big thing. Big thing is that it's a dot ball. It's another dot. And what a cracking over that is. They go with something different. And Bhuvinder Singh only goes for 3. So score moves to 97. It's 6 wickets down. We go to the last over. 6 balls to come. So, I mean, we were talking maybe 115-ish. Well, they're going to have to go something. They're going to get there now.
Yeah, so it works out perfectly, doesn't it? Because Macy and Balvinder combine for just 10 off their 2 overs. So that's like getting a bowler bowling 10. Yeah. And you might say, oh, okay, they don't get a second over. But it's not a problem. You've literally got 3 bowlers if Balvinder could bowl twice in a row, which you can't. But you've got 3 bowlers you'd be happy to have a second over. Here's one of them, Faf Stoneman, who's been working really hard on his bowling. It's only really the last 12 months he's transitioned into a bowler who now kind of bats a bit, but a genuine all-rounder because he was scoring piles of runs domestically here last year. Zaib's deep in his crease. 6 balls to come. Oeiras have fought back. Marlo still eyeing off the 110 plus, and it's the Rock on strike. They'll be teammates tomorrow, but not now. Now the first one doesn't get past the fielder. There's no chance of a second, so now Gondal faces up. Gondal, we haven't seen too much of him with the bat, but he hasn't been getting too much bat on ball. I think Stoneman just has to concentrate on that off-stump line, outside off-stump, get him reaching, get him missing, hopefully. And Machado needs to be alert because I think that they'll consider running even if he misses it here.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a bad shot. It's only a little bit short, and it's hoiked away for a single.
Yeah, nothing against Gondal, but I'm very surprised still that Marlo, once again, in a situation like this, haven't gone for Rushan.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it seems tailor-made for me. And especially against Stoneman, Rushan can play those little funky shots and would get in the bowler's mind. He'd much rather bowl to Gondal. Anyway, Zaib at his best. He's very destructive. He can't get this one off the middle. Top ball, these are all big, you know. Shrug's asking why didn't Machado keep at the ECL? I think the reason that they kept with Greenfields is because of that rotator cuff injury. He cannot throw overarm. So it also limited his ability to field in that tournament. But Machado's been good. I mean, he's only part-time keeper. I think he's been very good with the gloves. This time, again, it's down the bottom of the bat. And so they won't even be able to push for 2. So this has been a really good over from Stoneman so far. The 100 comes up for Marlo, but we have not had a boundary now for, let me count them up, for 12 deliveries. So the boundary hitting stopped. It's a perfect finish so far, although it's not done yet. Gondal with 2 to play. Races up to Faf. Oh, he gets that sweet. That's going to be out of the ground. Maximo. Well, Gondal, that's why he's there. I mean, it's not that he can't bat. It's just that he hasn't been doing too much. He silences the critics with a beautiful elevated straight drive. 6 runs.
Well, that's a great shot, isn't it? And that gets them past 100 mark. So they go past 105. Ball to go. You'll love another one of those. And try to finish with a 110 to the score. Still be a little bit below par where they started. Remember, they were on 60 at the halfway point. So at 120 course. Let's see if they can get another one away here. This is a crucial delivery. Well, we're going to have to run hard. Conrad Greenfields picks it up, gets a throw in, and we're going to have to go to the line here to see if he makes it in or not.
He maybe doesn't have the ball
I think
here.
Machado is saying no. So let's have a look. Here comes the throw.
Let's have a look.
And let's see what happens here. Well,
it could be out, you know. I reckon he doesn't think he has the ball, but I think he does.
I think let's see, he gets the ball. I think maybe he's saying, no, I don't drop it.
But I think he does have the ball when the stumps are broken. You know, if I'm honest. I think he thinks he doesn't have the ball, but he had it just long enough.
Yeah, well,
So
let's wait and see what they call here. I mean, it's very close because I get the feeling looking at that there's a frame that we're missing. And I think in that missing frame, you probably find that the barrels are just being dislodged. And I think the decision should be out.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah, no, he's out. So he says, no, it's not out. But actually, he's wrong. He is out. He's too honest. So that will do it. It's going to be 1 and run out. Marlo, they score 8 more than they defended successfully in last year's final. They score 107 for 7, and 108 will be the target for Oeiras. Well, it's a genuine toss-up. I think the start of the day, the average score was 108. That's exactly what Oeiras need to win their first ever trophy on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, well, they saw that was a chance. That went wrong. Then this one goes all the way to the boundary, and we thought maybe Amandeep Singh, after being given a chance, was going to make it count. It wasn't to be, because Balwinder Singh on this occasion had no issues with his shades, had no issues with his cap, and he takes the catch. But then a little bit later on, when the likes of Ikram and Shahid started to get going, he had a few issues, and we thought then it could have been a crucial moment because, well, the captain played some dashing shots, including that one. That was an absolute sizzler through the covers. This was a beautiful hit. It was just all timing as that raced away to the boundary. And then, well, there was a bit of luck here. Don't forget that over, the second from Junaid, went for 3 boundaries on the spin. This was an absolute corker as well. But this is it. This is the talking point first. The catch goes down, but when the ball hits him, hits his cap, knocks his shades off, knocks everything off. He couldn't take the catch. Oeiras at that point, 40 for 1, looked to be a little flat because they thought, oh no, this could be a big moment. And then this happens. This was just pure genius.
Bit of magic, and he gets himself in a great position. And somehow the throw misses the batter as well. It crashes into the target, so a little bit of magic. And they just seem to be able to come up with a couple of magical moments, didn't they, Oeiras, when they needed to? Because this innings was always at risk of spiralling out of control because Marlo bats so deep. And I said it before, that expression, winners win. And they just are used to winning. They'll feel this winnable game as well. Macy took a good catch there in the third man position. Badenhorst, had a bit of the good, the bad, the ugly in this 10 overs. This was the ugly bit, where he missed 3 stumps, missed the keeper, and it went under the backup fielders. That was 5. That hurt him at that stage. Meant there were 14 off that over, though there were 2 wickets, including the run out. But, credit to Oeiras. Every time they made a mistake, they kind of picked themselves up. And credit also to Marlo. I mean, no one really set the world on fire with the bat, but again, they had the confidence in their teammates. That was a great catch, wasn't it, to get Shazad, who's a game winner on his day. He only went for 9. Sawa came out and he banged a couple of 6s on the way to 15, but then he found a way to get out as well towards the end. Anyway, whereas they're near enough if they're good enough, and so are Marlo. For me, it's a genuine toss-up at the halfway point.
Yeah, it definitely is. Just nobody went on to go big for Marlo, and I think there was, this one was almost a repeat of time, but it was so close, it would have been curtains again. But yeah, they also were a bit unlucky. I think a few times we saw them play some nice shots, but they got the luck because, or Oeiras got the luck, as to say, because it always went to a fielder. That was unlucky, but Conrad Greenfields, well, he's too good to be beat. There he is. He just stands still like a statue, clunks onto that. Sarwar goes, and just when they looked like they were going to get something going, they were able to lose wickets, and that's an easy one with Myson went. But remember, Marlo, they're not going to be discouraged by this. They only scored 88 against the Fighters and were able to defend it. They're a team that, like you said, their championship side, they're used to winning. They'll throw everything at this. I just get the feeling there that Oeiras, that they knew that they wanted to keep this score to under 120. They believe that that's on this pitch as well, on this pitch, this outfield, that's a realistic chase. I think they will probably be the more comfortable and confident team at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that is true to an extent, but I suppose, they needed exactly 100 12 months ago. They couldn't do it. That has to be in the back of your mind. You wouldn't be human if you didn't have emotions, but you kind of got to put them to one side now and just concentrate on the task at hand. It was Mian Shahid, the captain, who top scored with 24 off 9, played some nice strokes, but nobody else got past 20. Zaib, 19 off 16, wasn't quite himself. Look, extras, 9 wides, I suppose. There was the 4 overthrows in there. Not an out-and-out disaster, though. With the ball, they tried 6 bowlers, didn't they? 2 for 25. Badenhorst got the wickets. I think Stomer was excellent, though. Top and tail of the innings, 1 for 15. Junaid was a bit off in this game. Girish, again, he's been reliable with the ball, 1 for 21. And Macy and Balwinder, look, shout out to them because they combine, and that 5th bowler essentially just went for 10. off the 2 overs. We will take a break and we will be back. We can't wait to see how this one pans out. Marlo have won every single European cricket series here at the Santharame Cricket Ground, but right now the hosts want to pull off the heist. They'll need 108 runs to do that. Join us in just a few moments' time. Mr. Maximo Vinisandu with Rico Full. You're watching ECN. This is the final of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Portugal. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Fan Code, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the final of the European Cricket Series here at the Centrum Cricket Ground in Portugal. And now we're outside the capital, Lisbon. And what a final we have on our hands. Marlo, yeah, a bit of love in the air as well. Yeah, a lot of love in the air. And you got to just love it. You got to love this ground. You got to love the action here as well. And you got to love this final so far. Marlo have had about 107 they put on the board, losing 7 wickets. No batter really got in. I suppose the captain, Mian Shahid, 24 of 9, was the key out there. Amir Zahib, he was 19 not out of 16, but they still get a score now. The thing is, it's not a big score. It's just slightly below par, I think, the par score that we've seen here throughout the series. But it is the final, and it's runs on the board. And it's all about how you handle pressure. Interestingly enough, that they're going to do what we didn't see them do in the semi-final, and that's go to spin to start the first. So they didn't use to spin hardly at all in that semi-final against the Fighters until late on when Sawa was used. They didn't use Asad Mahmood at all, but he's getting ready to bowl the first. So this is tactical, and Andani is out there, and of course everybody wants to see this pair again. There's Andani and Machado. They've had a few misunderstandings. There was a run out where Machado was a couple of games ago was run out without facing the very first ball of the innings. Then earlier today in the semi-final there was another run out between these two, but then they'd already put 50 plus on the board. Up in the air, it goes nowhere. And Andani, though, with a bit of luck, gets off the mark. Hay poquito de suerte por Andani. Machado now on strike. And so far for me, he's the man that made the game-changing moment in this one. Plays this out on the off. Amandeep makes the stop. Shabba, 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 shabba is what you hear from the Marlo fielders. There's Mahmood. Back now to Andani. Floats it up. Andani plays it sweetly. Here comes a throw. Is it backed up? Watch the bounce. Yeah, well backed up. So it's the captain is back there. What was that? No, that's Najam Shazad. Watch this throw. If it hits, he would have been back. Had to dive to get in there. And I like the way that he's ready to run again, even though he doesn't have his bat. Into the deck. And, well stopped. By Amandeep. Like that, he just pushes the ball in front of him. So it doesn't get past him. No boundary to me, he says. It's another single. Nicely hit straight down the ground. It's going to be 4 runs, I think. Yeah, it is. The fielder can't get to it. Tumbles and falls over trying to get there. This is beautifully played. Well, what a lovely off drive this is, all along the deck. And Mahmood was the only man, I think, that had a chance to stop that. Once he doesn't stop it, well, it goes past Amandeep. And Saeed making a desperate lunge at it. Can't do anything about it. They get the boundary they're searching for in this over. 8 without loss, a ball to go in it. And Dani quite happy to just play this out. Chases on again, and it's going to be 4 more. It's as easy as that. And that's this outfield. Once it gets going, it gets racing along, and just like that, they get the runs they need off the over. And it will finish with 12 from it, 12 without loss. And, well, Hassan Mahmood is going to be disappointed that the last 2 balls go to a boundary. 86 matches since the golden ball. Can we have one here in the final? What a final this is. So they're going to continue with spin. So Azad Mahmood doesn't work, but that's their plan here. Asim Sawa now comes into the attack. Rico Full here. Alongside me is Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks. Good to be back. What a final we've got. Good batting from Andani. We get to see the melodrama unfold again. It's the 3rd act between these two. A run out separated them twice. This is going to run away for 4 more. So Machado's getting into it as well. And Oeiras confident looking start. I was just thinking back to that chase way back, a year ago. And yeah, the Oeiras batting lineup, probably not as strong as it is today. They're opening up with Baden-Horst and Faf Stoneman on that occasion. They had Greenfields at 3, Path Janjad at 4, Junaid Khan at 5. So yeah, I think you add in these guys and
it makes a big difference.
Yeah, it definitely does. And they can have that confidence to go from the ball 1, basically. Steps across and he horns it out of the ground. Maximo Machado likes to do that, doesn't he? Just kind of moonwalks it across and he goes with the angle. Sawa gets taken deep.
Yeah, this is him in flow, Machado. I saw him doing this right from the word go here. He just walks down the pitch, gets himself in a beautiful position, and then whips his away out on the onside. What a shot.
Comeback ball from Asim. Floats it up. It's a good adjustment, actually. Oh, it's a really good stop by Mysam. And now half a chance for a run out. I think he's going to be gone here. And I think that Andani thinks he's back. I'm not so sure. Live, I thought he was in a world of trouble. I mean, first almost breaks Mysam's leg. This will tell the story.
I think he gets there. There's no overreaction from Marlo. Let's see.
Oh,
Easy.
just. Well, it was close, wasn't it? Not much in it at all. Great take from the bowler as well, Asim Sawa. So, I mean, as far as run-outs breaking these two up, it is due to be Andani that is dismissed. They survive. They're going to take on those risky ones still. They got batting to come. Now, false shot, hangs up in the air, but that's the luck factor. That could easily go to hand. Machado's been fresh out of luck for a couple of days. He survives.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm talking about. Sometimes, you know, when you've got two teams that are so equal to each other, it's a little bit of the rub of the green. And that's what I think. I don't think Marlo quite had that with the bat. I don't think they played a lot of shots which went to fielders, which could have gone to the boundary. Oeiras will be, oh, that's out. There's a snick on this. And, oh, well, I definitely hear something. Well, what is that? What's the sound?
Yeah, I'm not so sure.
What's the sound?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things it could be. He kind of might have flicked his back pad with his bat. There's a few things. I mean, to be honest, the bowler didn't look too convinced. And he's nearest to the umpire. And yeah, the batter wasn't going anywhere. And Andani. Now, it's a cover drive into the gap. And this is going to be 4 as well. So rub salt into the wound. And Oeiras off to a flyer. 29 without loss after 2.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I think after their seamers did so well against the fighters when they had to defend a low score, he's gone back to spin. I can understand the gamble with one spinner. 12 come off it. I think you go to one of your key bowlers, you go to Gondala, you go to Najam Shazad. When he goes for another spinner, it doesn't work out for him. So it's a blistering start, and that just means that now the rate required is under 10, just.
Yeah, so I think that we'll see pace back on here in the third. What a final this is. Hopefully you're enjoying the action. Love to have your interaction as well. You can get in touch with us at Mr. Maximo. I'm going to make an effort to get back to as many as I can when I have around about 2 weeks off. Not quite a full 2 weeks, but I'll be back towards the end of Cyprus. You can get Rico at Rico4. Don't forget, follow at European Cricket for all the best bits, and certainly have been a lot of them here in Portugal. And the internationals coming on the weekend as well. So stay tuned for more entertainment. Machado and Andani, 29. They've struck off the bat in the first 2 overs. It's going to be Gondal to bowl over number 3. Marlo just need a wicket to turn the tide here. Here he comes. Preston, can't be out. Just hit him outside the line of the off stump. Yeah, good one from Gondal. We have seen a fair bit of seam in this pitch. Look at the way that comes back significantly left to right.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I just don't know about that tactical decision to go with 2 spinners, especially when it doesn't work in the first. But Sawa, I don't think the captain was expecting him to quite go for 17. But it doesn't work, so he goes back to Gondal, and he wants a good tight over from him.
This time he kind of goes with the movement. Machado will get 1. I don't mind that. I mean, he's trying to go with the perceived movement from Gondal, who does kind of bring it back into you a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's also a safe shot to play. He knows he can't be LBW with the ball outside that line. He covers it well with his pad, and then he's going to hit it into the ground as well. Not a bad shot at all. And if it doesn't come off, well, you still get the single. And Andani now goes and strike. Both batters have made a very good, positive start.
Ledomanis as well. Always nice to see you in the chat. Swan hangs, and what a shot that is. That's going to be 4. It's nothing more than a touch from Andani. Well, he's threatened the whole series, hasn't he, without making a big score. Well, these two, they seem to be on the same page so far in this opening partnership, which is growing.
Delightful shot. I like the way that he's basically, and some batters, when batters are on song, he's looking where he wants the ball to go before he plays it, and the ball, well, with position, goes exactly there. Fielder makes a good effort, can't stop it. They've got to stop the flow of these boundaries, do Marlo, and pretty quickly.
So, I got to say,
one thing I love about ECN is that we're starting to have teams that have ECN history. Okay, so haven't been to Portugal a few times now. It's a bit wide. So, yeah, what are we into? We're into our 4th ECS here. We've also had 2 night series. So that's 6 trophies at the moment of the 5 that have been won. Marlo have won 4 out of the 5. Gamblers won the night series last year. But, I mean, these two, they've got history. Obviously, they met 12 months ago in the final, also in match 1 of this series. And it's just a great rivalry. I know it exists outside the ECN universe as well in the domestic competition. But yeah, right now we're seeing another chapter being written live at the SCG. This one's edgy-ish, but should be handled, even though threatened to Tortuga on Rizwan, but he manages to make the stop. Yeah, so this is kind of what I said in the first semi-final this morning when Oeiras were taking on Gorka. I said, look, they get through the power play without losing a wicket, and it gives these guys a bunch of confidence knowing Conrad Greenfields is coming in at 3, and he's been in such good form. They got a longer batting order this year. So, yeah, I think they're going to keep taking the game on. Now, this is a thick edge flying away. And, wow, how about this for some fielding? We're going to have to have a look at this again.
This is dribbling from a cricketer. Well, we are seeing cricket here, folks, not football. Watch this. Watch this dribbling here. He does a little bit. Well, forget Ronaldo. Nah, that's Messi. That's Messi. Only Messi dribbles the ball like that.
Again, I don't think he ever actually touches the rope. So I think they're fine with this.
I love it. Watch this. I mean, look, what's the dribbling
here? We're going to go
here?
back to live. And they're going to take this on side. It's back to the bowler. This will be gone, I think, if it hits. In fact, he can't release it. Yeah. I still am perplexed by this. And, yeah, I don't think there's any issue here.
Oh, fantastic.
I love it that even at that point he says, okay, I'm going to make sure it doesn't roll back onto the rope. I love it. Anyway, end of the over. It's 38 without loss. And it turns out to be a really good power play for Oeiras. And, yeah, in the first game this morning, they made a similar start. They made 36 without loss off their power play. This time, 38 without loss after 3.
Yeah, but remember, Marlo were 40 for 1 at the same stage. So it can change. And you know what it took to change the way it was going. When Marlo were out there, we saw a bit of brilliance from Machado, who's out there batting at the moment, by the way, when he was behind the stumps. That's all it takes. A moment of magic. A moment of magic, everything can change. And that's what Marlo are looking for here now. And they give the ball to Mohamed Rizwan.
Yeah, every over is crucial. Middle overs now, so 5 outfielders are allowed. Nice, clever batting. Again, puts pressure on the fielder. This is the shot that normally you'd say it's only 1, but here it's 1 with the possibility of 4.
Yeah.
Even if there's a fielder back there, because yeah, there's no easy stops. Shrug's asking, was that the Netherlands team bus in the background? I don't think so, although I do think they're coming in tonight. They're staying in the same hotel as us, so they're looking forward to maybe having a quiet water with 1 or 2 of the players. And an early night. Knocked him over. He's blasted through Machado. It's full. It was straight, and it knocks over the castle. Rizwan with the breakthrough, and that's the first man down. It's 39 for 1.
Yeah, he's a little unlucky. This is not clean onto the stumps. I think this is onto his pads. Yeah, he tries to flick it away. Because Machado likes to walk down, he tries to play his normal shot, misses it with the bat, clocks him on the pad, and goes onto the stumps.
Slow down. It's almost on the foot. Let's see what actually hits here. Yeah, so that is pretty unlucky for Machado, but he has that pad going out the way, doesn't it? So he's kind of clearing that front leg, it gets in the way, and just deflects it back onto the stump. So, well, look, they get through the power play unscathed, but they do lose Machado. But still a bright start as he departs for 17. The score 39 for 1. Here comes Conrad Greenfields, the current Portuguese national team skipper at number 3.
Yeah, I mean, he was in sensational form in the semi-final. He really was. He just hit the ball so well. And, well, he's also got a point to prove in this one. He made 68 off just 20 deliveries not out in the player match performance against Gorka. Remember, he was the guy that came out who needed to hit 2 6s on the spin that would have taken us to a golden ball. Hit 1, missed out on the second.
I know.
So,
I know. And that was only, they only lost 2 wickets in that entire chase.
Yeah, that was match 1. So he's got a point to prove. He's happy just to play. This is about very optimistic appeal.
Yeah, well, don't know if you don't ask. That was missing another set, I think. So Conrad won't be off the mark, but we'll get a leg by. So yeah, just got to keep tracking at that rate. I mean, I think the key with these two, just keep hitting good cricket shots. I mean, test the fielders, test them out. Darnie was waiting, just Conrad needing to sort out his helmet. Of course, Conrad played as more or less a wild card for Marlo in the ECL back in 2022. He does play for them occasionally in social fixtures. He's very much an Oeiras man. But the Swans, still plenty of work to do. That run rate required hasn't moved too much at all. And Darnie, yeah, he's comfortable playing this kind of shot again. Puts it back on the fielder, who does make the stop. And Darnie, thinking of two, but I don't think they'll be wanting to risk a silly run out at this stage.
Yeah, the fielder cautious. And the thing is, when you're cautious, the ball sometimes gets a chance to misbehave even more. I think you're far better off going to it than letting it come to you.
Oh, that could have easily knocked him over. He's lucky to get away with that. In the end, it does the keeper as well. It's going to be a bye.
Oh, this is so close to being the end of Greenfields on 0. This, I don't know how much this misses by, but it's not a lot. And it's one of those as well, which a little bit like Machado could have quite easily just got a little bit of the pad and gone onto the timber. They'll get a bye.
Yeah, that's a flashpoint in the game, really. Darnie looking a bit more comfortable at this stage. Yeah, Greenfields, that would have been a big one. I mean, if Marlo can get Greenfields cheaply, they will feel like they're in control of this game. Yeah, it's despite Darnie still being there. I think Greenfields has been batting so well. End of the fourth over, the score 43 for 1. And let's have a look at this this graph. Although I do believe we might have just lost power. So hopefully it's one of those times it goes back on quick.
Yeah, it looks like we've lost power again here, so...
Gives us a chance to look at what's coming up on Monday, though. And a few people are mentioning that it is an earlier start, and that is true in Cyprus. But that's because Cyprus actually is 2 hours ahead of where Portugal is. So Portugal is 1 hour behind Central Europe, and I know that Cyprus is 1 hour ahead of Central Europe, so that's why it'll start 5:30 a.m. GMT, which is 7:30 in Central Europe, and 11 a.m. in India. Looks like they will continue here. I'm not sure if they'll be able to bowl more than this ball. We're on the backup power at the moment. This one going nowhere. Having said that, looks like they've switched the power back on. So maybe we are okay to continue.
Well, it's going on and off. Remember, we are in Portugal, and Portugal's a world leader in renewable energy. So don't worry if it does, the power goes. They'll find another way to get it back on, whether it's water, whether it's hydro, whether it's windmill power. We'll always have power. Don't worry. You're good. We're good.
They're amazing, actually. How they somehow go from no power to power. Well, I don't really know how the Wizards do it behind the scenes. Anyway, it's Gondal's back. This one's a bit of a leading edge. It's been nervy. Kind of a couple of minutes here for Oeiras, just trying to rebound from the wicket of Machado, who got run out the previous game. And it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Conrad batted so well, but he's just having to get through the first few balls. Same last time, he was 4 off 4 before he exploded into action, ending up with 68 off 20 deliveries. If he does that today, Oeiras will be champions. And Condal wants to say something about that. This one's in, angled towards the body. Can't quite get the middle of the bat on it, but we'll get one.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed that it's only a 1. It wasn't a good delivery. Hey, what a good over that was for Mohammad Rizwan. Picked up the wicket, only 3 runs from it, and that's what brought this rate up now to, well, above that 10 mark. It's over 11 here now, so it just goes to show how much impact one good over can make.
On the charge. He's forced to check his shot. They'll get 1. I think a 2, but it's not quite there.
Yeah, you can see there that Nizam Shahzad is saying, well, okay, the ball is in my hands. If you want to go for it, feel free. We're not going to take that risk. That's the Roshan Singh behind the stumps. I wonder if he's going to play a big part in this one at some point, the same way that we saw Miguel Machado, the keeper for Oeiras, do. He's a class act as well as Roshan Singh.
Short dug in, but he hasn't quite got it. It's hanging in the air and it should be gone. It is gone. So a big moment in the game. They tried him out with the short stuff. Conrad didn't get it out of the middle, bit of a top edge. Nice catch taken on the boundary. And Oeiras hit a speed hump in this final. They lose their skipper for just a single. It's 46 for 2.
Yeah, and it's the big man, Shazad, that keeps his cool under pressure. Conrad hits it pretty well, goes a long way up, doesn't get the distance. Dana Oro's in a Peacock Fridays right there, snapping away. This one will be as well. And there's the victor as Adnan Gondal puts his hands up to say, yep, we got the big wicket. We got one of the big fish.
That's the way it goes. And it's always a risky shot. Early in innings playing that cross-bat shot. Look, to be honest, he was a bit lucky to survive earlier in his innings. It was a brief innings. And so Marlo get the big wicket. For me, I think he puts him ahead in this cricket match right now. They've done well just to peg things back. We haven't had a boundary now for 14 deliveries. So done really well.
Isn't it funny? The same sort of thing happened in the innings of Oeiras.
Yeah.
When the first wicket fell, when that run out happened, same thing happened.
Badenhorst at 4. Oh, he's lucky to survive this one as well. Fight Tortuga takes the fielder to the ground, and we do get to the end of the over. Halfway through, it is 47 for 2.
47 for 2, and just want to make the point here. Pace comes on from the third over, and things change. So still was intrigued to see that they went with the spin. Maybe it was just the captain thinking, I know what I can do for 8 overs, but I need to find somebody, a way to use those 2 overs. So maybe it was all part of the plan. Get those 2 overs out of the way and then go with his spearheads.
Have a look at some of the players we'll see in the Portugal squad tomorrow. Plenty of them playing in this game, like Greenfields, like Machado, Francois Stoneman, Najam Shazad, Zaid Meisim, and Amir Zaib, The Rock. I mean, also, Gamire was in really good form earlier. I think Sean Gomsh's arrived in Portugal as well. Of course, to play in the T10 in the ECI, you have to qualify under the ICC rules. So, either through citizenship or residency. This is a bit of a steadier, isn't it? It's a nice-looking shot. Badenhorst gets 4. Maybe he can step up. Well, the captain can only take them so far. They need other players to step up and get them over the line. This brings up the 50 as well. Nice shot by Brendan.
It's a lovely shot. This is a shot that'll ooze confidence into Badenhorst. Beautifully played, and it just gets a little bit of width. Not too much from Rizwan, but enough to allow him to latch onto it and play a delightful cut shot.
What a great contest this is. It's topsy-turvy. This is Rizwan that's come on in over number 6. Bowling out. It's a good one, though. Really good comeback from the bowler.
Yeah, well, this time he goes wider and angles it in and just gets that ball to shape away as well. Look, just once it's pitching. And Badenhorst looking to hit straight because he notices that the long off is pretty wide. That's Amandeep Singh. So was really looking to hit it straight past him. Well, now, big moment because Roshan Singh deciding he's going to stand up. So
it's attacking, but it also has its risks, doesn't it? Even though he's that good, and he is. But Little Nick suddenly might get away from the keeper and go for 4. Rizwan's got to be accurate. Not particularly accurate. Gets down to the boundary. Well, I'm surprised this went as far as it did, but I shouldn't be after 2 weeks here in Santarém. It's just a little touch from Badenhorst, a bit too straight. I know it's funny to say it's not accurate when it's a ball that probably would have hit the stumps, but I just think it allowed Badenhorst to turn on it, and he did.
Yeah, because he's going with that angle, Rizwan. It's if it's going down leg, it's very easy for the batter to get into position early. And Badenhorst does. Of course, he would have been boosted with the cut shot he played earlier. So good battle between these two. It's a boundary. Then he gets beaten. Now he gets another boundary. 2
boundaries and over at the moment. Kind of keeps them on the rate. You can see exactly where the keeper wants it, but that's exactly where the batter puts it. It's going to be 4 more. Badenhorst stepping up. His team needs a hero, and it's BB who goes, thank you very much. And that was a bit of a tattoo job, wasn't it? Just inside the boundary, 4 runs.
What a nice shot. Well, you can see the wicketkeeper signaling where he wants it, and he puts it there, but Badenhorst, he's up to the task. That's a lovely shot. Really is a beautiful shot.
It's just got him back on track because the last 3 overs went for 9, 5, and 4. They've broken the boundary kind of hoodoo with 3 of them in this over. Now, he's happy enough just to take the 1. So it kind of more or less gets them back up to the red line. This will be the last ball coming up. And Andani, I mean, this will give him some confidence that it's not all on his shoulders. I think he's batted really well. Hazard's had a bit of a rough trot of late, but if he can get them over the line here, that'll give him so much confidence. Last ball, the 6th. Oh, is this gone? He's out. He's caught behind. That's a really sharp piece of work from Rushan Singh. Rizwan gets the little nick off Andani, and that is top-class wicket-keeping. Big moments here, and Marlo win that one at 60 for 3. What a bit of keeping, though.
Oh, this is world-class. It's world-class. He's out with the catch, and he knows he doesn't even have to try for the stumping. What a catch this is. We see him stand up. We know it's risky. We know there's always a chance of an edge, and the ball could fly through the boundary. Boundary what, says Rushan Singh, as he takes a top raw catch. Look, I said it a few moments ago. Could Rushan Singh produce a moment of magic like his other counterpart that Miguel did when he was behind the stump? Well, the answer is yes. That could be match-changing.
Let me tell you what's so good about this catch is he keeps his hands low because it's a full ball. So even though he's kind of got the natural instinct to stand up a bit, he keeps his hand low and in the zone, if you like. And so, yeah, great piece of bowling as well. So there's 13 and a wicket off the over. Leaves Badenhorst there. Francois Stoneman comes to the crease at number 5. 6 overs down, 60 for 3. Game on here at the Santorin Cricket Ground.
Yeah, and what Francois Stoneman are we going to see? One who's carting the ball all over the place to the boundary, and unlike he did the other day when he scored 50 or 14, or is he going to struggle? Well, we're going to have to wait and see, but they're going with Misam to continue to bowl.
Yeah, this one comes back, so Meissen brought in for the first time. We'll get a single, but see, their rate required, 12 and over. So I think you kind of need those 2 boundaries and over, otherwise you're starting to lose pace. Badenhorst has been good. This is a fast-scoring ground, but we have a really tense final, just like we did last year, to be honest. History repeating. Marlo want to be on the right side of it once again.
What a contest, what a match, what a showpiece this is at this magnificent SCG cricket ground as well here in Portugal. My son starts well. I like the way he controlled that ball to come back, so it's not going to be easy for Faf Stoneman. Let's see how the young man deals with the pressure.
We're just happy to score, but Willie, because they're going to
this is
the
wild.
throw. Wasn't the most powerful throw ever from Asad Mahmood, but yeah, Faf Stoneman gets through for 1. And both these 2 run pretty well. I mean, Badenhorst, I mean, he's looked really composed so far. But again, can someone go on with it? And Andani, the top scorer in the innings with 25. You feel like someone needs to make more than that from here if they're going to get close. But yeah, Marlo, like I said before, winners win. They'll find a way in this game, which is genuine 50-50, I think, before the first ball, the second innings. But now he gets it wrong. It's a simple catch for Rushan, and he's going to be gone. So Badenhorst takes on the horizontal bat stroke, and he couldn't catch up with it. Meissen with the wicket as Marlo just start to choke this middle order. Oeiras lose the 4th at 62 for 4.
Well, that's a big wicket, and we've seen this deployed a few times by the seam bowlers. It's the short ball, but the beauty of this one is that it is straight at the batter, and look at the reaction from the bowler. He waits until the catch is completed because he knows it's not an easy one. That looks easier than what it is. He's got to find it. He's back paddling. He's got to try and get it at a good height. Holds on to it, and even though he takes a bit of a tumble, Rushan Singh, the wicketkeeper, produces another good moment for him and another magical one for his side, Marlo.
Yeah, he was more worried about catching the ball than how he was going to land. So 62 for 4. Again, they're not out of this by any means. 13.1 and over. The asking rate is Keegan De Silva. Wouldn't he love to perform for Oeiras? And look, they're still batting to come after this as well. You've got Junaid Khan, Miguel Stoneman as well. But I mean, they're running out of it at this stage, and you feel like a wicket or 2 could break the back of this chase. Meissen bowls a ball that gets hit to cover. Slight fumble, but they get through for 1. Stoneman, for me, is the man that could really turn this game on its head very quickly. We saw him hit a lightning half century. I think 14 balls earlier in this series. And the other thing is, he's a guy, we've seen him at the top of the order. I think he's just not there because they've got some other options. Plus, he's opening the bowling now, so it kind of relieves the pressure on him. But he's a genuine bat, Faf Stoneman. Scored a bunch of runs in the domestic competition last season. I feel like he's going to have to do most of the heavy lifting from here. It's pretty well bowled, but pretty good shot as well. That could go for 4, and it does. Well, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, this guy is so talented, and he just plays the correct shot here. Beats the fielder, and yeah, you can see Rizwan didn't want to get off his feet in the end. That's a badly needed boundary for the Swans.
Yeah, I'm pretty glad that Rizwan doesn't get his foot under that ball, because that could have been a really nasty injury. And of course, look, Oeiras, of course, they could have done with maybe someone like even Munib coming in here, but of course he's not in the side here today. He probably would have been in at this sort of time. They've still got batting. That's the thing. They've still got batting. Still got Junaid Khan as well. They just got to believe. Is that shorter one? High in the air. Where's his game? It's a catching opportunity, and it's been taken. It's another wicket that goes down to Francis Stoneman. Gets a short ball fired at him once more from Isam. He goes for it. It goes aerial. It goes high. It goes into the hands of Najm Shahzad, who takes another big catch. Another wicket goes. Francis Stoneman, after playing a beautiful shot for 4, he's out, and he's out for 5 or 3 deliveries.
He knew it straight away. That's a ball he probably should cut, not try to pull. It's right off the end of the bat, and Najm Shahzad says it's as easy as that. And you can see Marlo, winning's infectious, and they don't want to miss out on this trophy, and they are defending like their life depend on it. That's the end of the 7th over. 107 is Marlo, 67 for 5. Oeiras after 7. Coming up tomorrow, we mentioned the ECI. We saw the squads a moment ago. Portugal, Netherlands, match 1. That'll be a really good one. And essentially, each of those 3 teams will play each other 3 times. So a 9-match series. And yeah, stay tuned. Slightly later start time. That means I'll get a bigger breakfast. It starts at 8:45 GMT, just 10:45 instead of Europe, 2:15 p.m. in India. Shahzad now comes on. Pretty handy, kind of, I suppose, 5th bowler, but 6th bowler really used.
It's a big moment for me because he hasn't been 100%. Let's see how he performs here. And this one, they're taking him on. I think he'd probably do well just to hold on to it. He's not going to be too worried about a single. That rate is around about just 13.5, just above. So good over here, kills his off. Yeah, he's had a few issues with getting the ball in right areas. He's bowled some dirty wides, hasn't he? And that's all about, he just hasn't played enough cricket. He's a little bit, his fitness levels aren't quite there, but big players perform when it matters. And I said this, and when they were playing this semi-final, he was a man who performed when he picked up those 3 crucial wickets. Can he do it again? Remember, it took 3 for 22 after going for, I think he went for around 17 in his first over. Anyway, here we go. Big over.
Yeah, need a big one. Junaid, can he be a hero? That's not a bad shot, but has he got all of it? I'm not so sure. Oh, was at least 4. It might be 6. Let's have a look at it.
Oh.
Wow. What a piece of cricket this is. And that's Amandeep Singh, who did everything but keep it in. Now, does he let go of it in time? That's clean. Does he get rid of it in time? That's the next question. When does the ball go? Yeah, I think this will just be 4. So, it is a boundary.
He had the chance there, didn't he? But he tried to, I think he wanted to get the landing to see if he could hold on to it. He think if he'd just let it go, he would have saved the boundary.
He just needed to throw it further back in the field of play. So, well, I'll take it. Junaid gets off the mark with 4. Again, this run rate required isn't out of hand, but running thin on the batting. This is hit pretty well straight down the ground as well. This will be 4 more. So Junaid steps up when his team needs somebody to. Gets back-to-back boundaries. It wasn't the worst ball from Shahzad, but steps, hits, and scrambles. Back-to-back 4s for Oeiras.
Yeah, what did I tell you? You still had this man to come. There he is. He's out there now. And sometimes losing a wicket and a new batter comes in, works in your favour. Well, that's 10 of 2 deliveries. 6 and 4. He's hungry for more. And, well, this is 2 big top campaigners in Portugal.
Yeah,
two really top players coming together head-to-head.
I mean, Oeiras are behind in this game, but how do they get back in front? Someone needs to have a heater, and that individual could be Junaid Khan. This time it's short, it's crunched through the offside. Standard delivered job. The short stuff's normally been the answer for Marlo, but that one was
Impact innings this could be. Junaid Khan comes out, and well, it's 4. It's 2 4s and a 6. He is absolutely motoring. And Shahzad, well, like I said, he has had some issues. It's probably why they've held him on to this over. Oh, well, game is back on, and that rate, well, one moment was looking to go over the 14 mark, and here it is now back down to 12.
Yeah, that's the difference. I mean, Junaid, he's a guy that's had a lot of success on and off the field in the last couple of years. And so, let's see if he can keep this up. He's riding the wave. Where's the line between being aggressive and getting carried away, though? Well, there it is, because he goes 4-4-4 and out, and Champions hit back. That's what the jump Shahzad does. He rattles the timber, but it is a good knock from Junaid. Again, it's going to have to be a complete team effort from Oeiras if they're going to get home. So, yeah, gets probably a bit carried away, trying to hit another boundary. It wasn't there to hit. And so, well, it is a good innings, I think, all things considered. I think Junaid would have wished it would have lasted a little bit longer. He is the 6th man to 4. It's 80 for 6.
Jaka there, what their style from Najam Shahzad. Well, big players perform when you have to. We were saying that in the semi-final when he had to against the Fighters, and he picked up 3 for 22. Went for a few, but he got the wickets that counted. He got the 10th last over in and managed to get them victory, managed to get them here. And now that they're here, maybe he's the one that can get them all the way and get their hands on that trophy one more time. Got one more ball to come in the over. 12 have come off it. And now it's time to see Miguel Stoneman. Hey, what a story this would be. Yeah. Miguel Stoneman, AKO, he's just been a fielder for them, hasn't he? He's been the #1 fielder. Hasn't had too many opportunities to do much. Can you imagine if he out there now wins this match for them? What a story that would be.
Yeah, well, first he's got to deal with this ball from Shahzad. You cannot be too conservative here either, because we're about to see the biggest over of the game. First, we'll see the last ball of the 8th from the jump Shahzad. And he hits and he skies it. Shahzad is going to do it himself. Should be gone. It is gone. So a first baller for Miguel Stoneman. And Shahzad, he fights back, doesn't he? It's back-to-back wickets. He's on a hat-trick when he comes back in the 10th, you'd imagine. And so Oeiras running out of batting and quick. It's 80 for 7 after 8. And Rico, this is so similar to the final we saw last year. We're struggling to stay in the chase, but they're a long way behind in the game this time
top
around.
Players come together when they do. It's time to see Derek again, maybe for the last time in this series. And Miguel, well, he just went for the shot, doesn't get it right. It was another quick delivery, and, well, he goes for it. But what a good catch this is, under pressure, looking high up into the bright sky, takes the catch, and that's 2 in 2 from him. Remember, on a hat-trick when he comes back, 80 for 7.
They've lost 5 wickets in the last 13 balls. So it's just gone from bad to worse to whatever's below that. But, I mean, here's the thing. As far as the rate required, it's not out of the question. They need 14 and over. We're about to start the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. This game, I think, could be decided in the 9th. And Oeiras need to have a good one. Keegan De Silva hasn't done too much except watch so far. He starts with a fairly attacking shot. He'll just get the 1, though. Now they're going to take a 2 on the fumble, but a good throw will have him in trouble. He's gone, I think.
No, I think he dives in. I think the dive saves him. You reckon he's out?
I had a good look at this, and I have a feeling that Keegan, it's a good dive, but I think that is short. My spider senses tell me that he could be gone here. It's a really good bit of keeping from Rushan as well. They went on the fumble and said, look, okay, let's make him make a perfect recovery. But he did, and here comes the answer. 1 hand and gone. So outstanding stuff from Rushan Singh. And so it's a heartbreak for Oeiras, who lose Keegan De Silva. It's 1 and out, and that's 8 wickets down now. It's 83 for 8.
Oh, well, that is, first of all, quality. If you're going to take anybody on, I'm going to say this, though. You're going to take anybody on, it's not that man out there, Amandeep Singh. He's a classer, though he doesn't get it first time. The throw looks a little high to me. That's why I thought perhaps the batter was going to make it with the dive. But this is class from, again, Rushan Singh. This is a story of 2 wicketkeepers, isn't it?
He's a match winner. I mean, the thing is, he realises if he goes with 2, he won't have that long to sweep it down onto the stumps. So he just says, look, I'm going to go one-handed, and if I drop it, I drop it. But if I take it, I've got an easy swing to take out the stumps. He took him out pretty hard as well. So, well, 2 batters haven't faced the ball yet. This would be a bigger comeback than Ben Hur if they were able to do it from here. 81 for 8.
8 down. The rate is still okay. They can still do it, but they're losing wickets quickly. How many wickets that and how many runs? Is that
oh, yeah.
6 in 15?
Yeah, I think it's 6 in 14 balls. But look, Marlo, they were staring down the barrel of elimination from the tournament in the semi-final. Don't forget when Fighters CC had them on toast.
Yeah.
About an over and a half into the second half of their semi-final. But what a rebound from the defending ECS champions. This is in the air as well. Hanging will be a tough catch. But right now they're catching everything. It's time to party for Marlo. Mian Shahid takes it. Another duck. Cue it up. And that's 81 for 9. Oeiras down to their last man.
Well, this is such a good catch from the captain, Mian Shahid. Well, no wonder he's got a smile on his face. He knows they are almost there. They are almost going to do it again. As Girish Singh is going to go for another duck. And we will see Derek one more time. Oeiras, I think they know what's coming their way now. They're starting to feel the pain of this. It ain't over yet. As the last batter, Alex Macy, comes out.
And that's 4 consecutive balls that wickets have fallen as well. Because it's a wicket. Last 2 balls of Shahzad's over. Then 1 and run out and a wicket. So it's 4 wickets in 4 balls. It is 7 wickets in 7 wickets in 15 balls, I should say. And yeah, it's a heartbreaker for Oeiras fans out there. But credit to Marlo. I mean, they've just been too good here. Macy, well, you knew if he batted, it might be trouble. They can't deal with this one. Now I suppose the jump Shahzad is hoping there's not a wicket this over because he's on a hat-trick, don't forget.
Yeah, I mean, I think top players, they're not worried about individual accolades. It's about team, isn't it? And that's what he's thinking about here. He's come into this side, he strengthens it, even though he's not 100%. But Marlo, they're looking to do it one more time. They're just a wicket away from wild celebrations.
Once again, Macy can't catch up with this. And look, meanwhile, that required rate has quietly gone past the point of no return. But I think, yeah, the wickets lost has been the big thing. And look, credit to Marlo. They've created opportunities. They've taken opportunities. That's what good teams do. And look, champion teams find a way to win. And that's the reason they're the standard here. I mean, they've worked really hard over this series. And look, they were the best team after the round-robin stage. Now they're 1 ball away from victory. Macy will get a run here. I don't think they can really try for a second. So, you know, Oeiras, it looks like it's going to be another frustrating year for them. I suppose last year they weren't able to win the ECS, but they did rebound well after a tough start in the domestic league as well to eventually win that competition, and that's why they booked a place at ECL 23. So the hard work will begin now to try and qualify again. But Marlo, remember, they qualified the year before. They'll want that spot back. So it's going to be a huge year of cricket in Portugal, no doubt. Last ball of the 9th. It's hit and it goes straight through the fielder, but as luck would have it, there's someone backing him up. He'll get a single. And that is the end of the 9th. Oeiras are 83 for 9.
Yeah, 83 for 9. What a great spell of bowling there from Saeed Miyasam. And Saeed Miyasam, I mean, he's been the guy that's been chipping away behind the scenes. Well, how about that? Well, that's 3 in a row over there. Well, 3 in a row up there. Maybe we're going to see 3 in a row from the bowler because it is Najam Shahzad that comes under the bowl. And maybe he, like the planes up there, is going to line them up as well and pick up a hat-trick.
Don't forget, trophy ceremony will follow after the highlights of the day, so stay with us. And it looks like it'll be going to Marlo once again. And so, yeah, well, could this be a hat-trick? Najam Shahzad took 2 wickets and 2 balls. Seems like a long time ago, but it wasn't that long ago.
Here we go.
Hat-trick delivery for Najam. Oh, that would have been instead. I think it's going to run away. It's a bit of a race, and it's a race that the fielder can't win, Amir Ikram. So it'll be 4 runs. Gets him a little bit closer.
21 off 5. 21 off 5.
When you've got 9 wickets out and 2 freshies, I think you've, as Corey would say, probably got more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way, but still, they'll take the runs. That would have been a perfect way to finish off proceedings for Marlo, no doubt about it. So, boundaries or bust, basically. 7 up or something might make it interesting, but it's hard to see a path to victory for the Swans. Whips this one away as well. Be a long chase for the fielder. Does well. They're going to take it on. If it's run out, it'll be finished. But the throw goes over the top. So it'll be 2 runs. Makes it 19 off 4. Look, I think Marlo, you can't underestimate what they've done here. I mean, I think they were setting the standard. I mean, they won a tight opening contest where there was only one swing of the bat that separated the teams. But I think they found a good balance of kind of sticking with their order, but also experimenting and giving people a go, just trying to settle on the best combination, but winning games along the way, only dropping one game in this entire tournament. This is hit. They're going to turn down the run.
Yeah, they're going to turn. The other thing I'll say about Marlo is we've got to give a lot of credit to the captain, Min Shahid, because a lot of these matches have been won because of his thought process, because of what he's thinking. For example, the start of this match, I was puzzled at first about why the two spinners. But now I understand it perfectly, because he wanted those 2 overs out of the way, because he knew what he wanted to finish the 8 overs with, but he wanted to get them out of the way because he wanted this attack. Slow ball, it gets whacked.
Needs to be 6, and that'll keep the game alive. It does. So they need 3 sixes to tie here. Maximo, well, that's why he turned down the single, because he didn't think Macy was going to hit any 6s. That one just comes down just in time, I think, and so it will be 6. I think it's dropping. And
let's see. Yeah, that's okay. All right. Okay, here we go.
Again, 6 or bust. And he's knocked over, and it's going to be a win for Marlo. They are magical on this ground in ECS cricket. Shazad finishes it off, 3 wickets for him. But Marlo only dropped the 1 game in their entire ECS journey in 2023. They are the champions, and they beat Oeiras by 12 runs in the final.
Yeah, well, marvellous scenes there for Marlo. Marlo. They do it again. And once again, everybody goes round to the big figure, the spearhead, Najam Shazad, who once again, when it matters, take 3 wickets, took 3 important wickets in the semi-final, win a close encounter against fighters with a defended 88. And then in this one, they defend 107, and look at them go. Well, they are jubilant, and so they should be. Only beating the once all the way through here. And I think somebody like Fighters have to take pride in that as well. They can turn around and say, well, okay, we didn't make it, but we were the only team to beat Marlo. So well done to the Fighters as well. Look, commiserations to Oeiras. They fought hard. I think they've had a really, really good series here. But once again, though, I think they'll look back at some key moments there. Wrong decisions, wrong shot selection. But once again, for me, this match was decided by the brilliance of the wicketkeeper, Roshan Singh. I think that catch that he took when he's standing up changes the concept of the game.
That's so true. And if you look at Marlo's backs, if they took their shirts off, you'd probably see some brick imprints, and that's because their backs were against the wall today.
Yeah.
I mean, they were tested in both of their matches. Fighters really had them on toast, but I feel like Fighters lost a bit of self-belief in the semi-final. Marlo, given an inch, they took a mile. They swept Fighters out of the tournament. Then in the final, I think it was a genuine 50-50 shot at the halfway. And Marlo found a way to remove those dangerous threats. They found a way to get through the top 3. I think that they got Andani at a very good time as well. And as you mentioned, it was some brilliant keeping in there. Some really good bowling as well. They held their catches. Look, 2 teams, I know that they've got a healthy rivalry, but they also have a lot of mutual respect, no doubt about it. And they'll both feature heavily in the internationals with representatives in the Portuguese national team, which will be coming up tomorrow. Looking ahead to the next European Cricket Series action, we'll start again on Monday in Cyprus with 5 matches, slightly earlier start time, 5:30 a.m. GMT, which is 7:30 in Central Europe, and 11 a.m. in India. 5 matches a day. That is a 14-day series in Cyprus. Let's roll the highlights, though. And Oeiras, it was there if they were good enough. And, well, big love hearts from the tower as well. But, you know, Marlo, they didn't have a good start, did they? Again, they found a way to claw back from difficult situations today, because the openers got off to a flyer. In the power play, they scored 38 without losing a wicket.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, 12 of the first, and then 17 came off. I see Sawas second over, 38 was the power play. But at that point, I did say, look, even though they're on 38, remember that Marlo was on 40, so a game could change. Something had to happen, something magical. Who was going to provide it? I was just in the process of saying that with Oeiras, it was Miguel Machado behind the stump that made something magical happen with the run out, and maybe we needed something special here from Marlo. Well, we had to wait for it, but it did come. I think that decision for Roshan Singh to stand up was a really important one, but to stand up and take the catch, that for me changed everything. But at this moment of time, it was all Oeiras.
It sure was. I mean, that is some of the most extensive dribbling I've ever seen on a cricket field. Yeah, but then they got the breakthrough, didn't they? And when they lost Machado, it was more a blip than a trend in the semi-final, but this time it spelt trouble because Greenfields went soon after. He couldn't click in the final, and then well, they just kind of got caught in a bit of a holding pattern. The run rate required got a bit out of hand, and then the wickets really started to tumble. I mean, in the middle of it, I mean, there were signs they could break through. I mean, Junaid with his 3 fours on the bounce. I think that was positive signs. Budenhorst, you see here, he was able to play some nice shots as well, but no one could really steer the ship to safety in the end for Oeiras.
Yeah, I mean, Budenhorst, he played some really nice shots, but this, I mean, that was a sensational catch, wasn't it? To get rid of Andani when Andani was set as well, just magical.
Yeah, brilliant work. And I think the importance of having a wicketkeeper cannot be underestimated. Took a good catch there, hanging in the air, and braced for impact. Rushan, again, he's had a great series, hasn't he? Got to say, though, you know, Oeiras, they fought all the way to the end. They could just feel the momentum against them. Miguel Stoneman hold out first ball, and this was his period where they lost 7 wickets really, really quickly. And yeah, in the end, I mean, they were only 2 down with 25 balls left in the innings, and they end up getting bowled out, and that tells you all you need to know. Shazad was outstanding, wasn't he? Although, you know, you saw the counter-attack coming. Junaid was able to whack him for 3 boundaries straight, but then when Junaid got castled, probably getting carried away, probably, you know, crossing the line between aggressive and a little bit foolish, but you only know that after you go for it. Rushan, he was excited to jump. I think he's thrilled to be back out there in the middle performing. He's a player we'll see in the internationals over the weekend. And really, Marlo, you can't say enough good things about them. They're a team that think about their cricket. They set high standards, and they're the top dogs here. I mean, they've won, I think this is their 4th ECS. They've also got a night series trophy, so 5 of the 6 trophies that ECN have offered in Portugal, they've won. And like even this, you know, it's quick thinking. Roshan, good instincts to go one-handed because he needed to do it quickly. It was worth risking the drop to get it on the stumps quick enough, and he was able to run out Keegan de Silva. So yeah, disappointment for Oeiras, but elation for Marlo. They are worthy ECS champions. And although they were trying their hardest, they needed a magical over late in the piece. With 9 out, they just needed 1 wicket. That kept the game alive, but needing 2 sixes to tie, it was a bridge too far. And Najam finished things off with a bang. Marlo, ECS champions here at the Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal for 2023.
Yeah, well, big and magical moment there from Najam Shazad. He picked up 3 wickets and also took 2 really good catches. You could quite easily give him the Player of the Match award, but I think that we're right in saying that the Player of the Match in this final was Saheed Misam, because he came on to bowl when they were under the cosh. He came on to bowl when Oeiras were sitting pretty, when they were looking comfortable to go and win the match, and he made a difference with the 3 wickets that he took. He bowled beautifully. 3 wickets just for 10 runs.
Outstanding
the contents of the match.
Outstanding stuff, and he is the player of the match. This is what's coming up next week. You see on ECN will be tomorrow morning. I know Netherlands and Gibraltar arriving today, so starting a little bit later, but we still have 5 matches on Saturday, 4 on Sunday, starting at 8:45 GMT, which is 10:45 in Central Europe. 2:15 p.m. in India, Portugal, Netherlands. That will be an absolute banger. So Marlo, they want to celebrate, but they have to take it a bit easy.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to the European Cricket Series Portugal and finals day. There's some promising signs that it looks like the rain has gone now, but we do have an announcement, as you can see on the screen there, that due to the wet outfield and a few other issues surrounding the pitch, the decisions have been made to abandon play for the day. And what that does mean is that Marlo are the premiers of the Premier Division as the side that were clear at the top of the ladder here this week. As it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me once again in the commentary box is Tina Golf. And Tina, as you can see there, this ground has had a lot of rain since we last left play last night.
Yeah, it was pretty apocalyptic this morning, and the sun's out now, but I think the damage has been done. It's still so windy as well. You can see the trees rattling about, so safety first, and I think right decision.
Yeah, look, I think that was the decision I had to make. The issue is not only the water that we know this field ground drains pretty quickly, so that might have gotten better by the end of the day. But I think the bigger issue is that some of the water's gotten under the pitch and it's made it uneven in some places, and you can still see that it's very windy, and the situation is unfortunately not one that allows us to have any live cricket day, which is a bit of a shame because I was looking forward to being back with you. Obviously, we commentated one day in this tournament earlier, but I suppose the other reason that they're calling it this early is because they do want to get under the pitch, try and smooth it out a little bit, because there are international matches tomorrow with Portugal and Norway to go head-to-head in both women's and men's T10s for the next 2 days, and then we're going to have T20s from Monday. So this is the schedule, same start time, so 9 a.m. GMT, which is 11 o'clock in Central Europe, and 2:30 in India. And I'm super duper excited because it's actually our first women's cricket we've had on the network this year. So it's also going to be really special to see the Portuguese women's side for the first time ever in international cricket, and Norway, their women's side for the first time on ECN. So a lot to look forward to this weekend.
Yeah, luckily we won't have to wait too long to get back in the commentary box, and I've already spoken to a few of the girls from Portugal. I know they're so excited to get out there, and forecast looks a bit better over the weekend as well, so fingers crossed tomorrow will be an action-packed day of cricket.
Yeah, and I just want to kind of mention the hard work from the ground crew here, because it has been a bit of a thankless task getting the covers off when it has stopped raining, trying to allow it to dry out, mopping up as much water as possible. So even though obviously we haven't yet been able to get on the park for finals day today, the plan is that we will start on time tomorrow, and the forecast is pretty good as far as no rain. And there's a lot of wind, as we know right now. The igloo is almost blowing away on us, so that we hopefully will be able to play tomorrow. So look, Marlo, it's one of those situations where I think you can't really argue with the fact that they are winning the trophy, because they were the best team this week after dropping their first game. They then went on this big winning streak, and in the end, that's the streak that's taken them to the trophy once again, and they still have a perfect record as in the ECS at this ground. So they thoroughly deserve it. Congratulations to them, but also to Gorko, finished second, Oeiras in third, and the Capitals in fourth place.
Yeah, hats off to Marlo. It seems a long time ago that they got skittled in that first game by 100 runs and then didn't look back after that. And well, if you win the league by so many points, I think it's fair enough. Yeah. It wasn't a tight one.
Reminds me a little bit of Farmers actually in their group at the ECL, who didn't get a finals day either. But yeah, Marlo, they were affected by the rain in the